It will be okay. So just write this triangle of Koch. Triangle of Koch. Triangle of Koch. Clear till here? Boundaries of triangle of Koch. One is the tricuspid valvular flat. Second is the opening of coronary sinus, and third is the tendon of toe narrow. Who lies here is the AV node. AV node. And just write one more point. The SA node lies at the junction of. Just write this down. SA node lies at the junction of. SA node lies at the junction of SVC with the right atrium. SA node lies at the junction of SVC with the right atrium. Okay. I'll start now first with this embryology of the heart. Understand this now. So clear to all of you? Is it right? Okay, we'll start now. Understand this, starting with the embryology of heart. I'll start. Fine, have a look. Okay, I'll start. Now, when the heart develops, there are two heart tubes. Remember that yesterday I had shown you the slide in a folded embryo, the embryo which was folded. I'm starting with embryology of heart. Okay, the embryo which was folded, what was the first thing down here? The first thing, septum transversum. Then is the developing heart. Then is the pericardial plate. And then is the neural tube. Okay, so the first thing on the ventral aspect was the septum transversum. Then is the developing heart. Then is the pericardial plate. And then is the neural tube. So when the heart develops, it develops in the form of two heart tubes. There are two heart tubes on either sides here. From these two heart tubes, we get two branches, two aorta, which will be beginning. And these two aorta will be first going down like this, down. What do you call this as? Ventral aorta. This ventral aorta will be turning like this, turning. What are these known as? Arches. And what's this up here? That's the dorsal aorta. So two heart tubes, two ventral aorta which goes down, two arches and two dorsal aorta. From this ventral aorta to the dorsal aorta, we get a series of connections. And these connections are known as the aortic arch arteries. So what do the aortic arch arteries connect? They connect the ventral aorta to the dorsal aorta like this. And simultaneously, I told you what is forming here, what is developing here are the pharyngeal arches. And that is how each artery will come to lie in each pharyngeal arch. You understanding this? So that's how it is. To begin with, two heart tubes which are present on the ventral aspect. From these two heart tubes, what begins is two aorta. The two aorta will first go down like this. That's the ventral aorta, that's the arch, and that's the dorsal aorta. From the ventral aorta to the dorsal aorta, we get a series of connections here. These are the aortic arch arteries, and simultaneously what is forming here are the pharyngeal arches, and that is how each artery comes to lie in each pharyngeal arch. If you see contents of pharyngeal arches, what are the contents of pharyngeal arches? One, each pharyngeal arch has got a nerve of its own. We'll be studying this pharyngeal arches later. It has got a nerve of its own. It has got a cartilaginous component which forms the cartilages and the bones of the arch. It has got a muscular component which forms the muscles of the arch. And last, it has got an artery of its own. And clear now, where does the artery come from? This is the artery which joins the ventral aorta to the dorsal aorta. And this is what we call as the aortic arch arteries. Aortic arch arteries. Okay, you'll follow all this. It takes time to understand this. Takes time. Okay, just be with me. You'll understand. One moment. Let me just adjust this. Fine. Okay. Yo, that's a slide. Look, this is so nice. Just try to understand this. Okay, I'll start. Here we are. Now, this is the septum transversum. Have a look. Understand the embryology is very interesting. Understand this. This is the septum transversum. That's the developing heart. You remember that's the folded embryo that I was showing you yesterday. This is the septum transversum. That's the developing heart. This is the Procaudal plate, and this is the neural tube. That means the procaudal plate, the mouth is lying between the developing brain and the developing heart. There's no neck, and now we get a series of arches here. What are these arches known as? Pharyngeal arches. Okay. So to begin with, now there are two heart tubes. Here later something else happens. So this is ventral aorta. Look, this is ventral aorta. This is arch, and this is the dorsal aorta. And what are these? These are the aortic arch arteries. Okay, all these things I'll be discussing it slowly. I'm just giving an idea. Ventral aorta, arch, dorsal aorta. If you look from a side view, you'll see only one. If you look from front, you'll see two going up like this. Now, two going up like this. And what are these on either sides? Aortic arch arteries. Like these are the aortic arch arteries. Okay. Fine. Okay. Lunch is at 2:30. Lunch is at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Okay, I'll start. Just have a look. To begin with, there are two heart tubes. Okay, I'm starting here now. Just listen. Do not talk in between. Don't type. Just concentrate. There are two heart tubes here. These are the two heart tubes. This is one and this is two. These are the two heart tubes. Tendon of Todaro, third boundary is tendon of Todaro. I'll put that later. So this is one heart tube. This is the second heart tube. So there are two separate heart tubes. And later, both these heart tubes are going to fuse. But they do not completely fuse. They fuse only in the cranial end. The cranial part fuses. The caudal part does not fuse. Okay. Now this heart tube starts to show a series of dilatations. The first one is the bulbous cordus. The second one is the ventricles. The third one is the atria. And the fourth one is the sinus venosus. You following this? Starting with the development of heart. Look here. First two heart tubes. Then they join to form a single heart tube except at the caudal ends. Now the heart tube starts to show a series of dilatation. The first one, bulbous cordus, the second, ventricles, the third, atria, and the ones which do not fuse is known as the sinus venosus. Start drawing the slide. Just draw the slides. Tendon of Todaro, T-O-D-A-R-O, Todaro. I'll put that slide later. Sinuses of the heart, I'll tell you. Just wait. Sinuses of the heart, I'll tell you. I will finish embryology of the heart before the break. Okay. Just try to understand this embryology of the heart before the break. Triangle of Cox. The first boundary is tricuspid valve leaflet. The second is opening of coronary sinus, and the third one is tendon of Todaro. Clear to all of you? Okay, so this is the embryology of heart. So two heart tubes joins to form a single heart tube except at the caudal ends. Now they start to show a series of dilatations. The first one is the bulbous cordus, the second one is the ventricles, the third one is the atria, and the one which do not fuse is known as sinus venosus. These heart tubes are developing in the cardiogenic area. You remember yesterday we had drawn that structures in a developing embryo. You remember? The first thing was what? Septum transversum. The next was the heart. The next one was the procaudal plate. You remember that structures? So the heart is developing in that cardiogenic area, and the heart is mesodermal. Okay. Sinuses of the heart, I have to tell you. I'll tell you sinuses of the heart. Okay, I'll start. I'll continue now. Now, this bulbous cordus divides into two parts. Have a look. You've done? This much is done? This much is done? Okay, I'll start. Now, the first chamber, the bulbous cordus, divides into two parts. Have a look. The upper part and the lower part. The upper part is known as truncus arteriosus. And the lower part is known as conus. Just understand this. So the bulbous cordus divides into, you can make a slide here like this. I'll make this separate. So bulbous cordus divides into two parts. The upper part is now known as truncus arteriosus, and the lower part is now known as conus. conus. Truncus arteriosus and conus. So these are the two parts of bulbous cordus. Truncus arteriosus and conus. Bulbous cordus divides into truncus arteriosus and conus. Now see, in the next step what happens? This conus is a part of what? Bulbous cordus, and the conus is absorbed by the ventricles. The conus is absorbed by the ventricles. So conus is now absorbed by the ventricles. Clear? So the upper part of the ventricles is now known as what? Conus. Upper part of the ventricle is known as conus. Okay. So now the first chamber is what? The first chamber of the heart is truncus arteriosus. The next chamber is the ventricles. The upper part of the ventricle is known as what? Conus. The next chamber is the atria, and the ones which do not fuse is known as what? Sinus venosus. Okay. The ones which do not fuse is known as sinus venosus. Clear now? So this is the ventricles, this is the atria, and that's the sinus venosus. Now, truncus arteriosus is an arterial chamber, whereas sinus venosus is a venous chamber. There are three veins which opens in the sinus venosus. Three veins will drain here. Three veins will open into the sinus venosus. What are the veins draining in the sinus venosus? That's a very important MCQ. Veins draining in the sinus venosus. What are the veins draining in the sinus venosus? You just write it down. I'll show you the slide. 1. Umbilical vein from the placenta. Veins draining in the sinus venosus. One is umbilical vein coming from the placenta. Second, white line. I'll show you the slide. You'll understand it. It takes some time. White line vein from the yolk sac. And third is common cardinal. From the body wall. From the body wall. Umbilical, vitelline, and common cardinal. Clear? So these are the veins draining in the sinus venosus: umbilical, vitelline, and common cardinal. You've drawn, no? You've drawn the slide or no? This slide you've drawn, no? So now what are the chambers that we have? The first one is truncus arteriosus. The second one is the ventricles. The upper part of the ventricle is known as conus. The next is the atria, and the ones which do not fuse is the sinus venosus. Sinus venosus is a venous end of the heart, and there are three veins which opens in the sinus venosus: the umbilical vein, the vitelline vein, and the common cardinal vein. You're done with this? Okay, fine, very nice. And just have a look at the slide. Look, this is so nice. Here, this is the sinus venosus. Okay, that's the sinus venosus. And this is a vein. What is this? This is a placenta. Look at that. That's a placenta. And there's a vein coming from the placenta. Look at this. This is a vein coming from the placenta. What is this vein? This is the umbilical vein. Umbilical vein. What is this? This is the yolk sac. And there's a vein coming from the yolk sac. What do you call this as? Vitelline vein. Vitelline. Okay. And there's a vein which drains the body wall above the heart. It will bring blood from the body wall above the heart. What do you call this vein as? This vein. Look at this vein. This vein is known as the anterior cardinal vein. And there's a vein which brings blood from below the heart. Below the heart, we call this as the posterior cardinal vein. So the anterior cardinal and the posterior cardinal joins to form a vein. And what is this vein known as? Common cardinal vein. Common cardinal. And this common cardinal vein drains into sinus venosus. Clear to all of you? I'll tell you that way. conus, no? That's a conus. Clear to all of you? So veins draining in the sinus venosus are three. One is umbilical, one is vitelline, and third is common cardinal. And how is the common cardinal vein formed? By the joining of anterior cardinal vein and posterior cardinal. They join to form the common cardinal vein. Okay. Clear? Now starting with the embryology of the heart, just have a look and try to understand all these things. Okay, I'll start. Listen. Now, what is the first chamber that we have? Okay, now listen, it's so nice, just understand this. Now, the first chamber is what? Truncus arteriosus, fine. In this truncus arteriosus, a septum will be formed, septum. And this septum is known as the aorticopulmonary septum. And this septum, which is formed in the truncus arteriosus, will divide the truncus arteriosus into two big blood vessels. One is the ascending aorta, and second one is the pulmonary trunk. And this septum, which is formed here, is known as the aorticopulmonary septum. Give me a reference. Where did I tell you this? Aorticopulmonary septum. Give me a reference first. Where have I told you this aorticopulmonary septum? Yes? Aorticopulmonary septum. Where have I told you this aorticopulmonary septum? Neural crest cells. Very good. The neural crest cells, you remember we have written derivatives of neural crest cells. In that one derivative is what? Aorticopulmonary septum. The neural crest cells will migrate into this aorticopulmonary septum. If the neural crest cells do not migrate into this, we get defects of this septum. Okay, that we have to study. Clear? So I'm just giving an outline, then we enter into the topic. So the first chamber is truncus arteriosus. A septum is formed here, named the aorticopulmonary septum, divides the truncus arteriosus into one ascending aorta, pulmonary trunk. Fine. Come to the next chamber. Which is the next chamber? That's the ventricles. What is the upper part of ventricle known as? The upper part of ventricle is known as conus. In this ventricles, a septum is formed here, which divides the ventricles into two halves. And this is what we call as the interventricular septum. Now how it is formed, I tell you, interventricular septum. Come to the next chamber. Next chamber is the atrium. In this atrium, we make a septum here, named interatrial septum. Now how is it formed? I have to tell you. Okay, starting with the last chamber of the heart. What is that? Sinus venosus. Okay, I'm starting with sinus venosus now. Just have a look here. Sinus venosus. Just one moment. Okay, fine. Very good. Just see the slides and compare. Okay, start. Just concentrate. This is difficult. I'm trying to explain you in a three-dimensional view. See if you can understand this. Okay, I start. Now, sinus venosus has got two horns. One is the right horn, one is the left horn of sinus venosus. These are the two horns of sinus venosus. What is this chamber here? This is the atrium, and these are the two horns of sinus venosus. This is the left horn, and that's the right horn of sinus venosus. Okay, so the two horns of sinus venosus opens into what? Atrium. Now, just imagine if this room in which you are sitting in, you are sitting in this room, and suppose if this room is the atrium. Okay, suppose you are sitting in the atrium, and if you look down, what do we find? We find an oval opening here. You'll find an oval opening here, and this is the opening of sinus venosus into the atria. You following? Just imagine the room in which you are sitting is the atrium. If you look down on the floor, you find an oval opening here, and this is the opening of sinus venosus into the atrium, and this is what we call as, look at this, this is what we call as the sinoatrial orifice. Just look at the slide and tell me, what view is this? Where are you looking this from? Yes, where are you looking this from? You're looking this from up. You're looking from the atrium, and if you're looking this from the atrium, what is this oval opening? This is the opening of sinus venosus, and this is what we call as the sinoatrial orifice. Okay, sinoatrial orifice. We divide this sinoatrial orifice into two halves. What is this for? This is for the right horn, and this is for the left horn of sinus venosus. Okay, so this is for the right and this is for the left horn of sinus venosus. You're following this? So both the horns of sinus venosus are opening into what? Opening into the atrium. Fine. Right. After some time, look at this slide. The left horn of sinus venosus starts to become small in size. The left horn of sinus venosus becomes small in size, and as it is becoming smaller, it is getting detached from the atrium. Look at this slide, look at this slide. Look at this and look at this. Initially, to begin with, both the horns of sinus venosus opens into what? Atrium. After some time, the left horn of sinus venosus starts to become small in size, and as it is becoming small, it is getting detached from the atrium. So as it is getting cut off from the atrium, this opening, what was this opening known as? Sinoatrial orifice. This opening will become small on this side. Following? So the sinoatrial orifice will become small on the left side. Look at this opening. Look at this view. This we are looking from up, and look, this is the left horn. This was the right and this was the left horn of sinus venosus now. So this is the sinoatrial orifice. On the left side, it is becoming small in size. Why? Because the left horn of sinus venosus is getting detached from the atrium. Following this, all of you? After some time, the left horn of sinus venosus becomes very small in size. Look at this. The left horn of sinus venosus now becomes very small in size. The left horn of sinus venosus is completely detached from the atria. It is completely cut off from the atrium, and the left horn of sinus venosus now opens into right horn. It now opens into right horn. Difficult then? Wait. Look. What was this chamber to begin with? Atrium. Who's below this? Sinus venosus. What is this oval opening known as down? Sinoatrial orifice. First, to begin with, both the horns of sinus venosus opens into the atrium. After some time, the left horn of sinus venosus becomes small in size, and as it is becoming small in size, it is getting detached from the atrium. Okay. After some time, the left horn of sinus venosus becomes very small in size. It becomes very small in size, and the left horn of sinus venosus is completely detached from the atrium. The left horn of sinus venosus forms what? Coronary sinus. Look at this. The left horn of sinus venosus forms the coronary sinus. I just told you, embryologically, developmentally, you remember developmentally, coronary sinus is derived from gross. Coronary sinus is derived from, there was a vein coming from here and there was a vein coming from here. What was this? Pericardium vein. And what was this? The marginal vein. Together were joining to form what? Coronary sinus. That was gross. Embryologically, the coronary sinus is derived from the left horn of sinus venosus. Understand? So coronary sinus is derived from the left horn of sinus venosus. So what happens to the left horn now? So what will happen to the left horn of sinus venosus is getting detached from the atria. So this opening, what was this opening? The sinoatrial orifice is completely gone on the left side. It is completely gone on the left side, and the opening now shifts to the right side. The opening now shifts to the right side. What's the meaning of this? At this point of time, who's opening into the atrium? That's the right horn of sinus venosus. Okay. So who's opening into the atrium now? The right horn of sinus venosus. And what happens to the right horn? The right horn is absorbed into the atrium. The right horn is automatically absorbed into the atrium, and this is what we call as the septum spurium. Septum spurium. So what is septum spurium? Septum spurium is the absorbed right horn of sinus venosus. Septum spurium is the absorbed right horn of sinus venosus. Is this clear to all of you? चालू है ना ये? हेलो, चालू है कि बंद है? मेरे मोबाइल पे गया वो, मेरे मोबाइल पे नहीं दिख रहा। ठीक, you to all see. Okay, look here once again. Quickly, I'll go through it. Fine, I'll start. Let's have a look. I'm not able to see this. Look here. There are two horns of sinus venosus, fine? And both the horns of sinus venosus opens into what? Atrium. Atrium. What is that opening known as? Sinoatrial orifice. This is clear? After some time, the left horn of sinus venosus becomes small in size, becomes small in size. It is completely detached from the atrium. The left horn of sinus venosus forms the coronary sinus. And now who's opening into the atrium? The right horn of sinus venosus, and the right horn is absorbed into the atrium, and this is what we call as the septum spurium. Okay, so what is septum spurium? Septum spurium is the absorbed right horn of sinus venosus. That is known as septum spurium. Okay, we'll start with this. Fate of sinus venosus. Fate of sinus venosus. The right and left horns. The right and left horns of sinus venosus opens into the atrium through the right and the left horns of sinus venosus opens into the atrium through the right and through the sinoatrial orifice. The left horn becomes small size. The left horn becomes small in size, gets detached from the atrium. The left horn becomes small in size, gets detached from the atrium. Forms the coronary sinus. Forms the coronary sinus and now opens into right. Now opens into the right horn. The right horn into the right horn is absorbed into the atrium. spurium. This is known as septum spurium. Okay, the right horn is absorbed into the atrium, and that is known as the septum spurium. The right horn is absorbed into the atrium, septum spurium. It is bounded by right and left venous valves. It is bounded by right and left venous valves. I'll explain that. It is bounded by right and left venous valve. The left fuses with atrium septum. Left fuses with interatrial septum. The right forms. The right forms crista terminalis. Crista terminalis. Eustachian valve. What is this part I have to explain? I'm not explain you. Okay, just one moment. Fine, I'll start. Okay. My God, so much of. Okay, look here. Now to begin with, I'll start from the beginning. Look here. To begin with, there are two heart tubes. This is clear, no? There are two heart tubes. These two heart tubes joins to form a single heart tube. Now this single heart tube starts to show 4 dilatations. The first one, bulbous cordis. The second one is the ventricles. The third one is the atria. And the ones which do not fuse is known as what? Sinus venosus. Sinus venosus. This is bulbous cordis, this is ventricles, this is atria, and this is sinus venosus. Okay. The bulbous cordis divides into 2 parts. The bulbous cordis divides into 2 parts. An upper part which is known as truncus arteriosus, part which is known as conus. Okay, so this is clear. So the bulbous cord is divided into a truncus arteriosus and conus. What happens in the next step? In the next step, the conus is absorbed into the ventricles. The conus becomes a part of the ventricles. The conus is absorbed into the ventricles. Okay, so the upper part of the ventricles is known as conus. So which is the first chamber? Henceforth, the first chamber is going to be truncus arteriosus. The next is the ventricle. The upper part of the ventricle is known as the conus. This is the atria, and this is the sinus venosus. I told you, truncus arteriosus is the arterial chamber of the heart. Sinus venosus is a venous chamber. And there are three veins which opens into sinus venosus. There are three veins. One is vitelline vein. The second one is umbilical vein, and the third one is common cardinal vein. Umbilical, vitelline, and common cardinal. Okay. So I'm starting with the fate of sinus venosus. Okay, look here once again. Fate of sinus venosus. What happens to the sinus venosus? I'll start. Have a look. Now, just imagine, I'm starting with the fate of sinus venosus. From the beginning, I'm starting. Look here. If suppose this chamber in which you are sitting is the atrium, the chamber in which you are sitting is the atrium. Who's below this? Sinus venosus. Below this is going to be sinus venosus. And this sinus venosus will be opening inside the atrium through an oval opening. If you see from up, you find an oval opening here. And what is this opening known as? The sinoatrial orifice. Okay, so from the atrium you're looking down. What are we going to see? The sinoatrial orifice. We divide the sinoatrial orifice into two halves. Look, we divide this into two halves. What is this half for? Left horn. And what is this half for? The right horn of sinus venosus. That's the left horn, and that's the right horn of sinus venosus. Okay, fine. Now, both the horns of sinus venosus are opening into the atrium. This is difficult, just try to understand. Both the horns of sinus venosus are opening into the atrium. After some time, the left horn of sinus venosus starts to become small in size. Look at this. Look at this light and look at this light and try to compare this. The left horn of sinus venosus starts to become small in size, and as it is becoming small in size, it is getting cut off from the atrium. It is getting detached from the atrium. So now this sinoatrial orifice, which was oval here, look, the sinoatrial orifice which was oval on the left side starts to become small in size. You're clear? So the sinoatrial orifice on the left side starts to become small. Why? Because the left horn of sinus venosus is getting detached from the atrium. After some time, the left horn of sinus venosus is completely detached from the atrium. The left horn of sinus venosus now opens into what? Right horn. Okay. Now this oval opening, which was becoming small on the left side, is completely closed on the left side, and the opening now shifts to which side? Right side. Because now who's opening into the atrium? The right horn of sinus venosus. You're following this? Look here once again. There are two horns of sinus venosus, right and left horn. The left horn becomes small in size, gets detached from the atrium. The left horn now opens into right horn. And who's opening into the atrium now? The right horn. And the right horn is absorbed inside the atrium. Fine. The left horn of sinus venosus, this left horn of sinus venosus forms what? Coronary sinus. The left horn of sinus venosus forms the coronary sinus. You remember gross? How is the coronary sinus formed? Gross. There's a vein coming from here and there's a vein coming from here. Who's this vein? Great cardiac. And who's this vein? Marginal. Together joins to form what? Coronary sinus. And this coronary sinus was going backside in a groove. What was that groove known as? The posterior atrioventricular groove. That is how the coronary sinus is formed. Gross. Embryologically, the coronary sinus is derived from the left horn of sinus venosus. Okay. coronary sinus is derived from the left horn of sinus venosus. What happens to the left horn? The left horn is opening into the right horn. And what happens to the right horn? The right horn is absorbed into the atrium. And this is how the coronary sinus now opens into right atrium. You understanding this? The coronary sinus automatically opens into right atrium. How? The left horn of sinus venosus forms what? Coronary sinus. The left horn is opening into what? Right horn. And the right horn is absorbed into the atrium. So automatically the coronary sinus will open into the right atrium. Am I clear? Following this? What happened? Not understanding. It's hanging. Okay. Fine. Look here once again. There are two horns of sinus venosus. There are two horns of sinus venosus, right and left horn. And both the horns of sinus venosus are opening into what? Atrium. I'm entering into the atrium, I'm entering into the sinus venosus, but always there's a problem there. Okay. Fine. Okay, listen. Listen here once again. There are two horns of sinus venosus, fine? And both these horns of sinus venosus are opening into the atrium. After some time, and what is this opening known as? Sinoatrial orifice. After some time, the left horn of sinus venosus becomes small in size. The left horn of sinus venosus forms what? Coronary sinus. The left horn of sinus venosus now opens into what? Right horn. And what happens to the right horn? The right horn is absorbed into the atrium. And this is how the coronary sinus now opens into the right atrium. Is this clear? Understood now? Now just imagine the room in which you are sitting, this room in which you are sitting is the right horn of sinus venosus. And the right horn of sinus venosus will have two walls, W-A-L-L. This is the right wall of the right horn and this is the left wall of the right horn. Fine. As this right horn of sinus venosus is getting absorbed into the atrium, as these walls are going inside the atrium, both these walls are going to fuse, and the ones which fuse is known as septum spurium. Look here. The ones which fuse, that is known as the septum spurium. This is known as the right venous valve, which represents the right wall of the right horn, and this represents the left venous valve, and the left venous valve represents the left wall of the right horn. If you can understand this. These things are difficult, huh? Okay. So both the horns, both the walls are absorbed into the atrium, and where they fuse, that is known as septum spurium. The septum spurium is bounded by the okay. Just write this down. fate of sinus venosus. Okay, just start with this fate of sinus venosus. Okay, write this down. The right and the left horns of sinus venosus opens into the atrium through sinoatrial orifice. The right and left horns of sinus venosus opens into the atrium. Okay, you've written this? You've written all this? Okay, fine. Listen here, listen. So what happens is, listen once again, quickly I'll tell you. Look here. Okay, listen. Now, there are two horns of sinus venosus. Just one last time I'm telling you this, have a look. There are two horns of sinus venosus, right and left horn. Both the horns of sinus venosus opens into the atrium through sinoatrial orifice. The left horn becomes small in size, gets detached from the atrium. The left horn of sinus venosus forms what? Coronary sinus. The left horn is absorbed into the right horn, and what opens into the atrium is the right horn of sinus venosus. The left horn of sinus venosus forms what? The coronary sinus. And as this coronary sinus is absorbed into the right horn and the right horn opens into the atrium, automatically the coronary sinus now opens into the right atrium. Fine. So now just imagine the room in which you are sitting. That's the right horn of sinus venosus. Okay. Just imagine these two walls. This is the right wall of the right horn, and that's the left wall of the right horn. And both these walls are getting absorbed into the atrium, and where both these walls fuse, this is what we call as the septum spurium. The right wall of the right horn is now known as the right venous valve, and the left wall of the right horn is known as the left venous valve, left and right venous valve. You're following this? So what does the right venous valve represent? The right venous valve represents the right wall of the right horn, and the left venous valve represents the left wall of the right horn. Look at this. So that's the left venous valve, that's the right venous valve. The left venous valve represents the left wall, W-A-L-L, of the right horn, and the right venous valve represents the right wall of the right horn, and where both these walls fuse, that is known as the septum spurium. Clear to all of you? Now, later what happens? The left venous valve, these two venous valves are going to separate. This left venous valve will fuse with something, will be forming here. What will that be? Interatrial septum. So the left venous valve will go and fuse with the interatrial septum. The right venous valve, this one, the right venous valve will stretch itself, forms three things. One, crista terminalis. Second, the eustachian valve. And third, the Thebetian valve. Crista terminalis, eustachian valve, Thebetian valve. All this is derived from the right venous valve. Clear to all of you? Okay, so fine. This is clear to all of you. So that's about the fate of sinus venosus. Now coming to the next chamber, the atrium. Okay, coming to the next chamber, the atrium. Now just try to understand this. Okay, starting with the atrium. Okay, I'll start. Have a look. Understand. Now, this is how the heart tube was. This is how the heart tube was to begin with, like this. What is this chamber? The first one, truncus arteriosus. What is this? Ventricles. What is this? Atrium. And what are these two horns of sinus venosus? Truncus arteriosus, ventricles, atrium, and these are the two horns of sinus venosus, the left horn and the right horn. What happens to the left horn? Forms the coronary sinus, goes into the right horn, and the right horn is absent into the atrium. Fine. So sinus venosus is over. Now we left with three chambers. The first one, truncus arteriosus, the ventricles, and this is the atria. Now, between the ventricles and the atria, there's a groove here, groove. And the atria now starts to fold. And the atria folds like this, and the atria will come to lie behind and slightly higher to the ventricles. You follow this? Look here. The heart tube was straight first. You're looking a side view, side sitting. You're looking a side view. That's the truncus arteriosus, that's the ventricle, that's the atria. Now, between the atria and the ventricle, there's a groove here, and the atria starts to fold, and the atria comes to lie behind and slightly higher to the ventricles. So now what's this chamber? Truncus arteriosus, that's the ventricle, and what's this now? Atria. Just look at the slide. This is the truncus arteriosus. This is the ventricle here, and the atria which was down here like this, the atria which was down has now gone back. It is folded, and now this chamber becomes the atria. You following? So the atria has folded, and the atria has come to lie behind the ventricles. You're clear? So now, just tell me, if this chamber in which you are sitting, this chamber in which you are sitting is the atria. Okay. So now just understand this, slightly difficult it is. If this chamber in which you are sitting is the atrium. Now from the atrium, if you look down, if you're looking down from the atrium, what are you looking at? The ventricles. If you look down through the ventricles, what are you looking at? If you look down from the atria, what are you looking at? Ventricles. Or suppose if this chamber in which you are sitting is the ventricle, if this chamber is the ventricle, if you go straight up from the ventricle, what is this that you're looking at? If you go straight up from the ventricle, what will you see? The truncus arteriosus. Above the ventricle is the truncus arteriosus. And if I look back from the ventricles, if I look back, what is this behind? That's the atrium. That's the atrium. You're getting oriented to this? Just imagine if this chamber in which you are sitting is the ventricle. Straight up from the ventricles is what? Truncus arteriosus. And behind the ventricles would be what? Atrium. Atrium. Clear to you? Okay, now starting with this, have a look, understand this. Now, one minute. Now, just understand this. Imagine that this chamber is the atrium. This chamber is the atrium, right? And who's below the atrium? The ventricles. The ventricles. From the atrium, if I look down, what do I see? The ventricles. This chamber is the atrium. From the atrium, if I look down, what am I looking at? Ventricles. Between the atria and the ventricles, there's a opening. What do you call this as? The atrioventricular opening, AV opening, or the atrioventricular canal. We call this as atrioventricular canal. Okay. Just one moment. See, this is the atria, this is the ventricle. What is this opening known as? This is the AV canal. AV canal, or the atrioventricular canal. Atrioventricular canal. Now, in this atrioventricular canal, look at this. This is the AV canal. So who's on this side of the AV canal? The atrium. And who's on that side of the AV canal? The ventricles. So this is the atrioventricular canal. In this atrioventricular canal, a wall starts to grow from up and a wall starts to grow from down. Okay, a septum starts to grow from up and a septum starts to grow from down, and these two walls will fuse. And what is this known as? The AV cushion. This is known as the AV cushion. And this AV cushion is going to divide this AV canal into two halves. This is the right half of AV canal and that's the left half of AV canal. You following? What is AV canal? Look, you understood this folding of the heart tube. What was this chamber? Truncus arteriosus. This was ventricle. This was atria. The atria has folded and the atria has come to lie behind the ventricles, behind and slightly higher. Between the atria and the ventricles, there's an opening. What is that known as? AV canal. AV canal. In this AV canal, one wall goes from up and one wall goes from down, and there they fuse. What is this known as? AV cushion. That's AV cushion. Fine. AV cushion. Okay. Now just try to understand this. Following now? Okay. Now understand this. I'll try to explain the three-dimensional view. Slightly difficult it is, but just understand this. Development of the interatrial septum. Fine. Okay. Now understand. This chamber in which you are sitting, just imagine if this is the atrium. The chamber in which you are sitting is the atrium. Who's below there? Who's on that side? That's the ventricle. Between the atria and the ventricle, what is this opening known as? The AV canal. AV canal. And what is that in the center? The AV cushion. AV cushion. Okay. Now, from this wall of the atrium, a septum starts to grow in front. A septum starting to grow in front. And what is that septum known as? Septum primum. And this septum primum is growing towards what? AV cushion. AV cushion. Slightly difficult it is. Just be with me. You will follow. Okay, it will take some time to understand. You understand it. Look at this. I'll show you some slides so it will be clear. Fine. Look at this now. This is the atrium. Who's below this? Below this is the ventricles. Okay, between the atria and the ventricles, what is this canal known as? AV canal. And what is this in the center of AV canal? AV cushion. That's the AV cushion. Look at this slide. That's the AV cushion. Okay. Now, from the wall of the atrium, a septum starts to grow here. What is this septum? This is the septum primum. Now, this septum primum is growing towards what? AV cushion. You can imagine this. Just imagine this room in which you are sitting is the atrium. A septum starts to grow from behind, and what's that? Septum primum. And this septum primum is going towards what? It is going towards the AV cushion. It doesn't fuse in one day. Between the septum primum and the AV cushion, there's an opening here. What is this opening known as? Ostium primum or foramen primum. Okay. Now, the septum primum will come and fuse with this AV cushion. The septum primum will come and fuse with this AV cushion. And as soon as it comes and fuses, suppose if it comes and fuses, now you've got two atrium, the right atrium, the left atrium. Happy, happy? The mother is happy? The child is happy? No. If this septum is formed, the child is going to die. Because till now, the blood, the purified blood comes to, yes, the blood, you know, in fetal circulation. If this septum is formed, the blood has to go to this chamber, no? The blood cannot go to this chamber. The child will die then. So what happens is the moment the septum primum comes and fuses with this AV cushion, it breaks off immediately. It breaks off. And this opening between the septum primum and this opening where the septum primum is broken, this is known as foramen secundum or ostium secundum. Now, another septum starts to grow here. What is this? Septum secundum. And this septum secundum starts from the wall of the atrium. This septum secundum comes and lies next to this septum primum, and this opening is now known as what? Foramen ovale. Foramen ovale. Okay. So final closure of foramen ovale is due to fusion of the septum primum and septum secundum. Okay. So that's it. It's very clear. Just have a look at this and try to understand the slide. It's very easy. Development of interatrial septum. Once again, I'll just quickly tell you. Just understand. This room in which you are sitting is the atrium. Who's on that side? That side, the ventricle. Between the atria and the ventricle, what is this opening known as? AV canal. In the center of the AV canal, what do you have? AV cushion. Fine. Now, A septum starts to grow from the wall of the atrium. From behind, a septum will start to grow. What is that? Septum primum. And this septum primum is growing towards the AV cushion. The gap between the septum primum and the AV cushion is known as ostium primum or foramen primum. Now, this septum primum will go and fuse with the AV cushion, and the moment it fuses, it breaks off. It breaks off. So half of the septum primum is attached to this wall and half of the septum primum is attached to the AV cushion. It breaks off in between. And this opening is now known as what? Ostium secundum or foramen secundum. Now, another septum starts to grow here, and this septum comes and lies next to, this is septum secundum, it comes and lies next to the septum primum, and this opening is now known as what? Foramen ovale. Foramen ovale. Okay, in fetal circulation, the blood is coming from the placenta. The blood comes to the right atrium. From the right atrium, the blood has to go to the left atrium, and then it goes throughout the body. So this is the foramen ovale. Okay, foramen ovale. After birth, what happens? Look, after birth, once the child cries, the lungs inflate. The blood starts to come into the left atrium. The blood starts to come to the left atrium. The pressure inside the left atrium starts to increase. And now this septum primum will go and fall on the septum secundum, and that is what closes the foramen ovale. Fine. So final closure of foramen ovale occurs due to fusion of, your answer, septum primum and septum secundum. This is clear to all of you? Yes, very good. So now you remember that gross slide which I had shown you, the gross slide of interatrial septum. Do you remember that depression which was seen in the interatrial septum? What was that known as? Fossa ovalis. So this is the interatrial septum now, and we are looking through the right atrium, and this was that depression, and this is known as what? Fossa ovalis. So fossa ovalis is represented by whom? Septum primum. And you remember that elevation, this is the elevation, and this will be, this is limbus fossa ovalis, and this is represented by whom? Septum secundum. This is clear to all of you? Okay, so that's about the interatrial septum. Okay, we'll just finish this quickly. Easy it is, you just have to understand in a three-dimensional view I'm trying to tell you. Formation of interatrial septum. So the first you write down now. Formation of interatrial septum. Okay, great, very nice. So we'll start. Interatrial septum. Septum primum goes from, start with me, just write down. Septum primum grows from the wall of the atrium. First was phase of sinus stenosis. I am finishing one chambers for you. Septum primum grows from the wall of the atrium towards AV cushion. Opening between them, the gap between them, okay, is known as foramen primum. Foramen primum or ostium primum. The septum primum, the septum primum is with the septum primum fuses with AV. Septum primum fuses with the AV cushion and grows from the wall, W-A-L, wall of the atrium. Septum primum grows from the wall of the atrium towards the AV cushion. Opening between them is known as foramen primum. The septum primum fuses with the AV cushion and immediately breaks off. The opening is now known as foramen secundum. The opening is now known as foramen secundum. Another septum grows from wall of the atrium. That's septum secundum. Septum secundum. It lies next to septum primum. The opening between them is known as foramen. The opening between them is known as foramen ovale. Final closure of foramen ovale is due to fusion of okay, so that's it. Fine. Now understand this interventricular septum. So that's about interatrial septum. Understand this now. Interventricular septum. Okay, I'll start. Now look here, I'll start. Have a look. This is the interventricular septum. Now tell me, imagine that this chamber in which you are sitting is the ventricle. Okay, this chamber in which you are sitting is the ventricle. Going up straight from the ventricles, what is that? The upper part of the ventricle. The upper part of the ventricle is known as what? Conus. And further up we go, what is that? Truncus arteriosus. So this is the floor of the ventricle. The upper part of the ventricle is known as conus, and further up is the truncus arteriosus. From the ventricles, if we look behind, if you're looking behind from the ventricles, what is this chamber? That's the atrium. What is this opening here? AB canal. That's the AB canal. Okay, I'm starting here. Have a look now. In the floor of the ventricle, a septum starts to grow here. In the floor of the ventricle, a septum starts to grow. This one in blue. And this, you tell me what is this view and what is this view? This is a side view. This is a side view. And this is a front view. This you're looking from the front. I'll put the slide, just wait. I'll put the slide. This is the side view and this is the front view. Okay. Now, in this wall of the ventricles, in this floor of the ventricles, a septum starts to grow in the floor. A septum grows in the floor, and this is known as the muscular part of the interventricular septum. Okay, muscular part of the interventricular septum grows in the floor of the ventricular cavity. Fine. And this muscular part divides the lower part of the ventricle into two halves. Look, this is a view from front. This is the muscular part of the interventricular septum. This is the side view. This is the muscular part, and this muscular part of the interventricular septum grows in the floor of the ventricular cavity. It grows only till here, only till here, only till here. Okay, so that's the muscular part of the interventricular septum. Now tell me, what is the upper part of the ventricle known as? Conus. The upper part of the ventricle is known as conus. It's like a cone. And in this conus, one wall will grow from front, one wall will grow from back. In this conus, one wall grows from front here, one wall grows from back here, and they fuse. And what is this septum which is formed in the conus known as? Bulbar septum. Bulbar septum. So this is a view from front. What is this now? Bulbar septum. So bulbar septum divides the upper part of the ventricles into two halves. And I'm telling you, how is a septum formed? A septum is formed by the proliferation of two walls. One wall will grow from front, one will grow from back, and that's how a septum is formed. So the bulbar septum is formed in the conus. It divides the conus into two halves. The lower part of the ventricle is divided into two halves by the formation of muscular part of the interventricular septum. Now tell me, which part is left? The part between the bulbar septum here and the muscular part of the interventricular septum. This much part is still left. Look, this much part is still left. And who's going to form this? You know who's this? AV canal. And what is this? AV cushion. So the AV cushion is going to proliferate and fill this gap. Look at this slide. So this gap is filled by the proliferation of AV cushion. That's the proliferation of AV cushion. You understanding? Clear to all of you? So it's very easy. Just have a look. Formation of interventricular septum. Interventricular septum is made up of two parts. One is the muscular part, and the second one is the membranous part. The muscular part grows in the floor of the ventricular cavity. The muscular part. The membranous part is derived from two sources. One, the bulbar septum, which is formed up in the conus, and second is the proliferation of AV cushion. Easy it is. Clear to all of you? Formation of interventricular septum. Okay. And now you tell me, when this interventricular septum is formed, don't write anything, just listen. When this complete interventricular septum is formed, these are the two ventricles. When this interventricular septum is formed, okay, aorta would open into the left ventricle and pulmonary trunk would open into the right ventricle. This is normal when a complete septum is formed. But when there is an interventricular septal defect, you tell me, which part of the septum is always defective? The membranous part. Always membranous defects are there. The muscular part is always formed. Muscular part is formed. There's a membranous part which is not formed. Now in this case, the aorta, instead of opening into the left ventricle, the aorta will come and sit over the interventricular septum. It will just come and sit over the interventricular septum in such a way that half of the aorta opens in this ventricle chamber and half of the aorta opens in this chamber of the ventricle. And this is like, it's like riding a horse, you know, one leg on this side, one leg on this side. So when there is only muscular part of the interventricular septum which is formed, the aorta will come and ride over this septum in such a way that half of the aorta opens in this chamber and half in this chamber. And this is what we call as overriding of aorta. This is what we call as the overriding of aorta. So whenever there is a septal defect, which part of the septum is always defective? Membranous part. And whenever there's a membranous defect, what are we going to get? Overriding of aorta. You're following this? Yes, understood. Interventricular septum. Okay. Now let's start. Just have a look. Interventricular septum. Starting with interventricular septum. Yes, very good. Interventricular septum is made up of two parts. Muscular part and a membranous part. Muscular part, membranous part. Muscular part grows in the floor of ventricular cavity. Muscular part grows in the floor of ventricular cavity. Overriding of aorta, I'll tell you, just wait, I'll tell you. Muscular part grows in the floor of ventricular cavity. Membranous part derived from, I'll tell you the last part, derived from one. Membranous part is derived from one bulbar septum formed in conus. From the conus, second, proliferation of AV cushion. Clear to all of you? I'll repeat that. I'll repeat the last part. Just try to understand this. Okay. I'll tell you this last part once again. So that's the interventricular septum. Okay, just have a look. Understand this now. I'll tell you the events now. I'll tell you. Look here, what I'm telling you is this septum is formed inside the ventricular cavity, and this interventricular septum is going to divide the ventricles into two halves, a right half and a left half. So right chamber and left chamber of the ventricle. This is the interventricular septum, the muscular part and the membranous part. Muscular part grows in the floor of the cavity. The membranous part, which is the upper part of the ventricle, known as conus. In this conus, two walls will grow, they will fuse, and that's how a septum is formed in the conus, which is known as bulbar septum. And the second is formed by the proliferation of AV cushion. Okay, so that's how the interventricular septum is formed. Now what I'm telling you is, when a complete interventricular septum is formed, aorta opens into left ventricle and pulmonary trunk opens into right ventricle. That's fine. But now, if there's an interventricular septal defect, which part of the septum is always defective? Membranous part. Membranous part is not formed. So who will be formed? Muscular part. Only half is formed muscular part. So now what happens? The aorta will come and sit over this interventricular septum. Just imagine only half of the septum is formed. So the aorta will come and right over the interventricular septum in such a way that half of the aorta opens in this chamber and half in this chamber. And this is what we call as overriding of aorta. And depending upon how much opens in which chamber, we get a percentage of overriding in 2D echo. Yes. Clear all of you? So that's the interventricular septum. And the last part now, the last chamber is left. There was a lot of problem in development of heart. Okay. So the first chamber which is left is what? Truncus arteriosus. Now understand this, truncus arteriosus, easy. This truncus arteriosus is a chamber, and in this truncus arteriosus, two walls will grow. One wall grows from front behind, and the other wall grows from behind forwards. And this septum which is formed in the truncus arteriosus is known as the aorticopulmonary septum. Aorticopulmonary septum. And this aorticopulmonary septum divides the truncus arteriosus into two big blood vessels. One, ascending aorta and pulmonary trunk. This we know. And who's going to migrate into this septum? The neural crest cells. They migrate into the septum. Now suppose if the neural crest cells do not migrate, we get defects in the septum. Look, this is so nice. Just understand. I'll start. Normally, this aorticopulmonary septum is formed right in the midline. So, ascending aorta and pulmonary trunk are of the same size. They are of equal size because the septum is formed in the midline. But sometimes this neural crystals do not migrate into the septum. The septum is not formed in the midline. The septum shifts anterior and to the right side. The septum goes to the right side. So one vessel is small and one vessel is large. Who's small? Pulmonary artery. And what do we call this as? Pulmonary stenosis. The moment there's a pulmonary stenosis, the right ventricle will contract, leading to a right ventricular hypertrophy. Because of the right ventricular hypertrophy and the pressure, there's an interventricular septal defect. And I told you which part of the septum is always defective, membranous part. And the moment there's a membranous defect, the aorta will come and ride. That's overriding of aorta. What's this? What's this? This is TOF, tetrahedrophalate. Clear to all of you? This is how TOF is formed. Clear? Understood how TOF is formed? So, if the septum is not formed in the midline, that's the primary cause of TOF. The septum is not formed in the midline, the septum shifts to one side. So what happens? Pulmonary stenosis. The primary cause of TOF, tetrahedrophalate, is pulmonary stenosis. Because of pulmonary stenosis, RVH, right ventricular hypertrophy. Because of right ventricular hypertrophy, interventricular septal defect. And because of interventricular septal defect, overriding of aorta. This is clear? TOF. That's the first condition. If the neural crystals do not migrate. Second, if the neural crystals do not migrate, what happens? Second condition. Normally, this septum, aorticopulmonary septum, is going to spiral like this. It is going to turn like this. And this septum is known as a spiral septum. And this septum spirals in such a way that aorta opens into left ventricle and pulmonary trunk opens into right ventricle. This is what we know. But if the neural crystals do not migrate, the spiraling of the septum does not take place properly, because of which exactly opposite occurs. Aorta opens into right and the pulmonary trunk opens into the left ventricle, and this is what we call as transposition of great vessels. Following this, so transposition of great vessels occurs due to improper spiraling of the septum. Okay, that's the second condition. And the last condition, if the neural crystals do not migrate, the septum is not formed at all. The septum is not formed at all, and a single vessel carries blood from both the ventricles, and this is what we call as a patent truncus arteriosus, a persistent truncus arteriosus. Is this clear to all of you? Okay, so that's about the chambers of the heart. It is very nice to understand, but okay, anyway, I've managed. Starting with truncus arteriosus. Chalo, we'll start. Fine. The aorticopulmonary septum divides the truncus arteriosus into, I'll explain that now when I'm writing. I'll explain it. Divides the truncus arteriosus into aortic arch is back here. I'm telling you, okay. Ascending aorta and trunk. I'll repeat that. Just write it down. So aorticopulmonary septum divides the truncus arteriosus into ascending aorta and pulmonary trunk. Failure of migration of neural crest cells into this septum results in. You'll understand as you write, you'll understand. Results in cough, tetralogy of Fallot. Occurs when septum shifts. Occurs when septum shifts anteriorly and to the right. Occurs when the septum shifts anterior and to the right. Resulting in pulmonary stenosis. Second, of aorta. Okay, so the first thing, so what are we writing? If the neural crest cells do not migrate, what happens? So the first condition is stop. Clear? Second, will be transposition of great vessels. Transposition of great vessels occurs when septum fails to develop in a spiral manner. NCC is neural crest cells. TOF is TOF, tetralogy of Fallot. Occurs when the septum fails to develop in spiral fashion or spiral manner. Occurs when the septum fails to develop in a spiral manner. Aorta opens into right ventricle and permeate from aorta opens into. See what happens is neural crest cells will help in the formation of the septum. If the neural crest cells do not migrate, we get this defects of the septum. It is not that neural crest is as per going to form the septum. NCC's neural crest cells are going to just help in the formation of the septum. Clear? And third, patent persistent truncus arteriosus. Patent or persistent truncus arteriosus occurs when the septum fails to develop. A single vessel carries blood from both the ventricles Single vessel carries blood from both the ventricles. Okay, that's it. A single vessel carries blood from both the ventricles. This should be clear to all of you. Clear? So this is about the development of the heart. Understand now something more important and something very interesting. Clear? Okay, look. Anterior and posterior nahi hai, right and left in top, right and left. The septum shifts to the right side, not anterior and posterior. In tetralogy of Fowler, the septum shifts to the right side. Because it shifts to the right side, pulmonary trunk is small, pulmonary stenosis. Because of stenosis, RVH, septal defect and overriding aorta. Clear to all of you? Okay, fine. Let me proceed now. Now understand this. Okay, now this is difficult, just try to be with me and try to understand this. Okay, I start. Just have a look. Now, to begin with, understand this is very difficult, just try to put your 100% into this. To begin with, there were two heart tubes. To begin with, very early, there were two heart tubes. And where are the two heart tubes? Here, on the ventral aspect, the two heart tubes are here. And from these two heart tubes, what do you get? These are the two aorta which are going down like this. What do you call those aorta as? Ventral aorta. So these are the two ventral aorta. What are these two? Arches. And what's that? Dorsal aorta. So two heart tubes, so two ventral aorta, two arches, two dorsal aorta. Later, both the heart tubes fuse. We know this. Which is the first chamber now? Truncus arteriosus. Then is the ventricles, atria, sinus venosus. Okay. Now, the moment both the heart tubes fuse, the two ventral aorta, they also fuse. And this is what we call as the aortic sac. Aortic sac. So what is aortic sac? Aortic sac is formed by the fusion of two ventral aorta. You following? See, first we had two heart tubes. So two ventral aorta, two arches, two dorsal aorta. Later both the heart tubes fuse. And the moment two heart tubes fuse, the two ventral aorta fuse. What is this now known as? Aortic sac. What are these two? Arches. And what's that? Dorsal aorta. From this ventral aorta to this dorsal aorta, now we get a series of connections. And this is what we call as the aortic arch arteries. Aortic arch arteries. Okay. So what do the aortic arch arteries connect? The ventral aorta to dorsal aorta. And what is simultaneously forming here? The pharyngeal arches. And that is how each artery comes to lie in the pharyngeal arches. I'm telling you the development of blood vessels. Be clear about this. Okay, now have a look at this slide and tell me. These are the two heart tubes here to begin with. These are the two ventral aorta here. These are the arches. And what's this now? What is this? Dorsal aorta. That's a dorsal aorta. Okay, that's a dorsal aorta. Later, both these heart tubes will fuse. This is a single heart tube now. Okay, that's a single heart tube. What is this upper part? This chamber is known as the first chamber, you know, truncus arteriosus. The moment both the heart tubes fuse, the two ventral aorta will also fuse. And what is this now known as? Aortic sac. So how is the aortic sac formed? By the fusion of two ventral aorta. Fine. What are these two? Arches. Look, what are these two? Arches. And what's that? Dorsal aorta. Okay, just have a look at the slide. It will be clear to you. Yeah, have a look at this slide. So this is a single heart tube now. This is a single heart tube. What is this now? This is the aortic sac. Okay, this is the aortic sac. And how's the aortic sac? How's the aortic sac formed? The aortic sac is formed by the fusion of two ventral aorta. Look at that. These are the two ventral aorta. What are these two? Arches. And what's this? Dorsal aorta. You following this? So that's, sorry. So this is a single heart tube now. That's a single aortic sac. These are the two arches, and that's a dorsal aorta. From this aortic sac to the dorsal aorta, this is the aortic sac to the dorsal aorta. These are the aortic arch arteries. This is clear to all of you? These are the aortic arch arteries. And what is developing here? Pharyngeal arches, and that is how each artery comes to lie in each pharyngeal arch. Am I clear about this? No, not understanding. Look now, what I'm telling you. Look, the embryo is like this, the embryo is folded here. Clear, no? So two heart tubes on the ventral aspect. From the two heart tubes, two ventral aorta, two arches, two dorsal aorta. Then both the heart tubes have fused. The moment both the heart tubes fuse, two ventral aorta also fuse. This is now known as what? Aortic sac. These are the two arches, and that's the dorsal aorta. From this aortic sac to the dorsal aorta, what are these now? Aortic arch arteries. Okay, these are the aortic arch arteries. I hope you're understanding this. So now when we draw this, you'll understand it. It takes time. This topic is very difficult to understand. Okay, look, when we draw it, I'll be drawing it like this. What is this now? Aortic sac. That's the aortic sac. What are these two now? Arches. These are the two arches. And what's this now? Dorsal aorta. That's a dorsal aorta. Okay, which then fuse. They fuse later. Okay. So this is the aortic sac. Aortic sac. And how's the aortic sac formed? By the fusion of the two ventral aorta. These are the arches. And that's a dorsal aorta. So if I draw something here, what will this be? Falling down. Okay. So that's these are the two horns of sinus venosus. So this is truncus arteriosus. Okay, clear? So the first chamber now is truncus arteriosus. These are the two ventral aorta. These are the arches, and that's a dorsal aorta. Now just try to understand. I can't make a three-dimensional view on the paper. I can't make a three-dimensional view for you on the paper. So just imagine this is down, ventral. The heart tube is ventral. The aortic sac is ventral. And this arches are going up like this, up, and the dorsal aorta is up here. This and this, if you take it up, you'll understand how the heart goes, how the heart tube and the arteries goes. You're following this? Heart tube say the aorta begins. No, the first chamber is truncus arteriosus. From the heart tubes, two ventral aorta will begin. And this two ventral aorta will fuse, and what is this known as? Aortic sac. So this is a single aortic sac. These are the two arches, and that's the dorsal aorta. And these are the aortic arch arteries. Okay, when I draw this, I have to make it like this. Clear? There are two dorsal aorta, two, which then fuse. Then they will fuse and form a single dorsal aorta. Later they form a single dorsal aorta. So now see, I start. Just have a look. Don't draw anything. I'll give you time for this. See to that you understand this first. Okay, I'll start. So that's the aortic sac. These are the arches. And what's this now? This is the dorsal aorta. That's a dorsal aorta which then fuse later. Now from this aortic sac to the dorsal aorta, what are these? These are the aortic arch arteries. These are the aortic arch arteries. So how many aortic arch arteries are there to begin with? I'll just take this dorsal aorta in front. I'll take the dorsal aorta in front. This is the first arch artery. This is the first arch artery. This is the second arch artery. That's the second arch artery. This is the third arch artery. That's the fourth arch artery. That's the fifth arch artery. And that's the sixth arch artery. So to begin with, how many pharyngeal arches are there? 6, no? So how many aortic arch arteries are there? 6. Do not draw anything. Don't draw anything. Just have a look. Are you all following this? What have I drawn? You're following this? Look, is this clear? If you understand this, then only then I'll proceed. What is this chamber? Truncus arteriosus. This is truncus arteriosus. What is this? Aortic sac again. This is aortic sac. And how's the aortic sac formed? By the fusion of two ventral aorta. Okay, aortic sac is formed by the fusion of two ventral aorta. These are the two arches, and this is the dorsal aorta. And what are these? What are these? These are the aortic arch arteries. Okay, I'll start now. Just listen to me. Now, to begin with, how many pharyngeal arches are there? Six. So how many aortic arch arteries are there? 6. To begin with, there are 6 aortic arch arteries. Look. Again, I'm telling you, pharyngeal arches and aortic arch arteries are two different things. No confusion, huh? I always get students saying so pharyngeal arch arteries and pharyngeal arches and aortic arch arteries are same or what? No. In fact, the aortic arch arteries are contents of pharyngeal arches. Am I clear? Aortic arch arteries would be like in the pharyngeal arches. Okay, so there are 6 aortic arch arteries, out of which the first aortic arch artery is gone. The first disappears off. First is gone. Here. The second aortic arch artery is gone. The third will remain. The fourth will remain. And the fifth is gone. The fifth aortic arch artery disappears off. And the sixth is left. So, clear to all of you? So there are 6 aortic arch arteries to begin with, out of which 3 disappears off. The first arch artery, the second arch artery, and the fifth arch artery is gone. So now what are we left with? Third, fourth, and sixth arch artery. These are the 3 arch arteries left. Just identify once again. What is this now? Aortic sac. What is this? This is the dorsal aorta. Don't draw, I'll label this later. This is the dorsal aorta. And what are these? These are the aortic arch arteries. Third arch, fourth arch, sixth arch. Is this clear to all of you? Chalo bolu. This much is clear. Don't draw anything. I'll give you time later. Don't draw. Okay, I'll start. Fine, have a look. Listen. Now, the sixth arch artery. The sixth arch artery begins from where? Aortic sac. And where does it go to? Dorsal aorta. The sixth arch artery is going to form the future pulmonary artery. Remember this, the sixth aortic arch artery forms the future pulmonary artery. It gives a small bud for the lungs. This is a small artery for the lungs. Bud meaning the artery for the lungs, the pulmonary artery. The sixth arch artery is going to form the pulmonary artery. It gives a small artery to the lungs. On the right side, this part of the sixth arch artery between the lung bud and the aorta disappears off. On the right side, this part of the sixth arch artery between the lung bud and the aorta disappears off. On the left side, it will remain persistent. And how nice, if you can tell me what is this in orange? This is a connection between the pulmonary artery and the aorta. And this is what we call as the ductus arteriosus. Ductus arteriosus. You understanding? Look here once again. Don't draw anything, just listen to this. The sixth aortic arch artery. If you draw now, you will not understand. Don't write anything. I'll be giving all these things. Just see to it that you understand first. The sixth aortic arch artery connects the aortic sac to the dorsal aorta. The sixth aortic arch artery is going to form the future pulmonary artery. It gives a small artery to the lungs. This is known as the lung bud. On the right side, this part of the sixth arch artery between the lung bud and the aorta disappears off. On the left side, it persists, and this is what we call as the ductus arteriosus. Clear to all of you once again? Now you tell me, there's a nerve which comes here, which turns and which goes up like this. What's that? The left recurrent laryngeal nerve. And that is why the left recurrent laryngeal nerve winds around what? Ductus arteriosus. The left recurrent laryngeal nerve is therefore found in thorax. Clear now? Because it winds around the ductus arteriosus, it is found in the thorax. What happens on the right side? On the right side, there's no ductus arteriosus. So there's nothing for the right recurrent laryngeal nerve to wind around like this. There's nothing there. So what does the right recurrent laryngeal nerve do? It goes up, winds around the fourth arch artery. And now we'll see the the fourth arch artery is going to form what? The subclavian artery. And that is how the right recurrent laryngeal nerve winds around subclavian artery. The right recurrent laryngeal nerve is therefore found in the neck. The left recurrent laryngeal nerve is therefore found in the thorax. Is this clear to all of you? Okay. Clear? Understood? Why the difference in recurrent laryngeal nerves, left side, right side? Okay, no? Fine. So sixth arch artery is gone. Now we're left with what? Look, we're left with the third arch artery. We're left with the third arch artery. We're left with the fourth arch artery. We're left with the aortic sac, and we're left with dorsal aorta. This is what we are left with. Clear? So now see, we're left with the third arch artery, fourth arch artery, aortic sac, dorsal aorta. Okay, I start. Listen here now. During development, there are two arteries which comes from the body wall. They come from the body wall. They come and join with what? The fourth arch artery. They come and join with the fourth arch artery, and this is what we call as the seventh, slightly different, it is cervical, seventh cervical intersegmental artery. Seventh cervical intersegmental artery. So now the fourth arch artery is going to form the fourth arch artery. Someone comes and joins with the fourth arch artery. I'll explain it later. There's an artery which comes from the body wall. It comes and joins with the fourth arch artery, and this is what we call as the seventh cervical intersegmental artery. What is that? I'll tell you later. Now this aortic sac is divided into two parts. This aortic sac is divided into two horns. We call this as the left horn, and we call this as the right horn. Recurrent laryngeal nerve, now fetal life, it winds around ductus arteriosus. After birth, ductus arteriosus disappears off. Then it winds around arch of aorta. Later, after birth. Once the ductus is gone, it winds around arch of aorta. Clear? I'll repeat it once again later. Just wait. Just be with me. Now, what was that? The aortic sac divides into a right horn and left horn. These are the two horns of the aortic sac. Right horn, left horn. Okay. Now, what are we going to make out of this? Look, this is so nice. We are going to make this, 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 and this. And this, we are going to make this structure, the arch of aorta and its branches. Okay, we are going to make the arch of aorta and its branches from this. Just be clear, before I start with the arch of aorta and its branches, let us just go through this, what we have drawn. Okay, I'll start. What is this that we have? This is the third arch artery. What is this that we have? That's the fourth arch artery. Okay, what is this that we have? This is the seventh cervical intersegmental artery. What is this? Aortic sac. And this is the left horn, and this is the right horn of aortic sac. Okay. And what is this? This is the dorsal aorta. Dorsal aorta. Fine. I'm starting now. Just have a look. The development of blood vessels. Right. Just tell me now. Yo. This, okay, this, just tell me what is this? This is the left horn of aortic sac. And what is this? This is the left fourth arch artery. And what is this going to form? The left horn of aortic sac and the left fourth arch artery. This is going to form the arch of aorta. You follow? So arch of aorta is derived from the left horn of aortic sac and the left fourth arch artery. So now you tell me, what is this left seventh cervical intersegmental artery going to form? This will form the left subclavian artery. This will form the left subclavian artery. On this side, the right fourth arch artery and the right seventh cervical together, the right fourth arch artery and the right seventh cervical intersegmental artery together is going to form what? the right subclavian artery. Right subclavian artery. You are understanding? See, subclavian artery is different on both the sides. On the left side, the subclavian artery is derived only from 7 cervical intersegmental artery. On the right side, it is derived from the right fourth arch artery and the right 7 cervical intersegmental. Why? What happens to the right fourth arch artery here? It takes part in the formation of arch of aorta. Okay, so that's how the subclavian artery is different in both the sides. Okay, now you tell me, what is this? What am I marking here? This is the right horn of aortic sac, and the right horn of aortic sac is going to form what? The brachiocephalic trunk. So brachiocephalic trunk is derived from the right horn of aortic sac. Don't draw anything, just listen to this. Tell me now, what is this now? This is the third arch artery. And this third arch artery is going to form what? Common carotids. Okay. So the right horn of aortic sac forms what? Brachiocephalic trunk. And the third arch artery is going to form what? Common carotids. That's a common carotid. That's a common carotid. And look, this is so nice. That is how. On the left side, the subclavian artery and the common carotid artery arises from arch of aorta. Look, the left common carotid and the left subclavian artery, this is the left subclavian artery and this is the left common carotid arises from arch of aorta, whereas on the right side, look, on the right side, the common carotid and the subclavian arises from, who's this in green? Brachiocephalic trunk. You following this? So this is how it arises from brachiocephalic trunk. Okay, this much is clear. Just draw this. Understand this, and then we'll write first. And as we're writing, I'll dictate. I'll tell you once again. You'll understand everything. I'm not finished with this topic. Something is still left in this. Okay, this much you draw first. The right subclavian artery is derived from the right fourth arch artery and the right 7 cervical intersegmental artery. You draw this first. Once you are done, you tell me, then we'll proceed. It will be still clear. Okay, whatever you understood is fine. Once you draw this, once you write this, by the time I close the topic, it should be perfect. Okay, we'll just label this. Label this. Yeah, now I'll tell you. Fourth arch artery and a fourth arch artery. One moment. We'll write this down, you'll understand. Wait, you'll understand it. That's my job. You'll understand everything. Fine, you just first draw this. Violet color is common carotids. This is common carotid. Look. Okay, so we'll start. Starting with arch of aorta. Violet is common carotid. Okay, I clear this. This is bold only, I will tell. Fine, there's no. I'll explain. You're done with drawing now. We'll start. You're done with drawing, you'll understand. Just wait. Start with arch of aorta. Arch of aorta. And as you're writing, just try to understand. As you're writing, arch of aorta is derived from right horn of aortic sac, right horn of aortic sac, and right fourth arch artery. Right horn of aortic sac and the right fourth arch artery. Subclavian artery. Left side is derived from left 7 cervical intersegmental artery. I've written it in shorter. Left, sorry. Yes, left. Sorry. Left. Yes, left. Thank you. Left horn of aortic sac and the left fourth arch artery. Subclavian artery, left and right. Left is derived from the left 7 cervical intersegmental. The right is derived from right fourth arch artery and right 7 cervical intersegmental artery. Yes. Left horn of aortic sac and the left fourth arch artery. That's right. The subclavian artery is derived from the left subclavian artery is derived only from the left 7 cervical intersegmental. The right is derived from the right fourth arch artery and the right 7 cervical intersegmental artery. Okay, fine. Next. Subclavian is over. Brachiocephalic trunk. Brachiocephalic trunk is derived from right horn of aortic sac. Brachiocephalic trunk is derived from the right horn of aortic sac. Derived from the sixth arch artery. Seven cervical intersegmental artery. 7 cervical intersegmental. I've written in shorthand. 7 cervical intersegmental artery. Pulmonary artery is derived from 6th arch artery. Ductus arteriosus is derived from left 6th arch artery. between the lumbar and the dorsal aorta. Ductus arteriosus is derived from the left sixth-arch artery between the lumbar and the dorsal aorta. Common carotid arteries are from third arch artery. Just write this down. I've not told you this. I've not told you this. Just write it down. It gives a birth. Surgery is from Monday. Surgery is from Monday because Friday, Saturday, Sunday is my lecture. So surgery will be definitely Monday. Common carotid is derived from third arch artery. It gives a birth for external carotid and itself continues as I've not told you this, just write this down. Common carotid is derived from third arch artery, right? I've not told you that, just write it down, I'll explain you. It gives a bud for external carotid and itself continues as internal carotid along with dorsal aorta. Lung bud is an artery to the lung. Artery to the lung. Left dorsal aorta. Lung buds will not give rise to lunga. Lung buds will not give rise to lung. Lung bud is an artery going to the lung. Remember that. Lung buds are developed from the GIT. Okay, the GIT gives a small diverticulum that is known as the tracheobronchial diverticulum, which forms the trachea, bronchus and the lungs. This lung bud is not going to form the lungs. It is an artery going to the lung. Okay. Clear to all of you? Recurrent laryngeal nerve, I'll tell you. If this is clear, just finish this writing part, then I'll come back. Okay, done. Lung bud doesn't give rise to, you just remember that. It's an artery going to the lungs. Okay, fine. Done. Clear to all of you? Okay, once again, the last part I have to explain. The rest of the thing is clear. Okay, I'm starting now. Just have a look. Yo, starting here once again. Chalo. Have a look. And now just try to concentrate. Okay, this is one final time that I'm telling you. Just try to concentrate here. Okay, I'll start. Have a look. I'll start. I'll start. What is this, you tell me? What is this? This is the aortic sac. The aortic sac is divided into, what is this horn? Left horn. What is this horn? Right horn. Okay, just listen here once again. Do not talk, please. Just listen here. The left and the right horns of aortic sac. Fine. What is this arch artery? Third arch. What is this arch? Fourth arch. What is this arch artery? Sixth arch artery. The first is disappeared, the second is gone, and the fifth is gone. So 3, 4 and 6 are left. During development, there's an artery which comes from the body wall, comes and joins with the fourth arch artery. What is this one as? Seventh cervical intersegmental artery. Where does it come from? Body wall. This is clear to all of you, no? Okay. And what is the sixth arch artery? Pulmonary artery. What is this? This is a bud for the lungs. No, the lungs don't develop from here. This is an artery going to the lungs. Okay, the lungs are derived from GIT. That we'll be discussing later. Okay, I'll start. Look here once again. The sixth arch artery forms a future pulmonary artery. It gives a small artery to the lungs. We call this as lung bud. On the right side, this part of the sixth arch artery, on the right side, this part of the sixth arch artery, on the right side, this part of the sixth arch artery between the lung bud and the aorta disappears off. This goes off on the right side. On the left side, this remains persistent, and this is what we call as ductus arteriosus. So how is the ductus arteriosus derived from? The left sixth arch artery between the lung bud and the dorsal aorta. Okay, that's the ductus arteriosus. Now here, there's a nerve which comes here, which winds around the ductus and goes up. Who's that? That's the recurrent laryngeal nerve. The recurrent laryngeal nerve on the left side winds around the ductus arteriosus. The left recurrent laryngeal nerve is therefore found in thorax. Remember, the left recurrent laryngeal nerve is found in the thorax. Later, the ductus arteriosus becomes ligamentum arteriosum. Then the left recurrent laryngeal nerve will wind around what? Arch of aorta. After birth, it winds around arch. In fetal life, it winds around ductus arteriosus. Now, what happens on the right side? On the right side, there's no ductus arteriosus here. There's nothing here. So there's nothing for the right recurrent laryngeal nerve to wind around like this. So what does it do? It goes up and it winds around the fourth arch artery. And look, this is so nice. This you know. The fourth arch artery is now going to form what? Subclavian artery. And that's how the right recurrent laryngeal nerve winds around subclavian artery. The right recurrent laryngeal nerve is therefore found in neck. The left is found in thorax. Am I clear? Okay. So that's about the sixth arch artery. Now what are we left with? We are left with the third arch artery and the fourth arch artery. During development, two arteries come from the body wall. They come and join with the fourth arch artery. Fine. The aortic sac gets divided into a left horn and a right horn. Now I start. Have a look. What is this? This is the left horn of aortic sac and the left fourth arch artery. Now this and this is going to form what? Arch of aorta. So arch of aorta is derived from the left horn of aortic sac and the left fourth arch artery. Okay. So what is this left seventh cervical intersegmental going to form? This forms the left subclavian artery. On the right side, the subclavian artery is derived from the right fourth arch artery and the right seventh cervical. This together will form the right subclavian artery. You're clear? What happens to the on the left side? The fourth forms arch of aorta. No? Okay. What is this green? This is the right horn of aortic sac. And what is this going to form? The brachiocephalic trunk. Now we are left with only one arch artery. Okay, I'm finishing this slide. Just have a look. We are left with only one arch artery, which is this, the third arch artery. What is the third arch artery form? Here, this forms the common carotids. Okay, now this third arch artery will give a bud. Understand this? The third arch artery gives a bud form. What is this bud form? External carotid. The third arch artery gives a small bud for the external carotid, and it itself continues as, look at this, it itself continues as internal carotid along with, what's this? Dorsal aorta. Look here once again. The third arch artery forms what? Common carotid. I'm marking it here. The third arch artery forms common carotid. It gives a bud for what? External carotid, and it itself continues as internal carotid along with dorsal aorta. Clear to you now? So how's the common carotid artery derived from? Third arch artery. It gives a bud for external carotid, and the third arch itself continues as internal carotid along with dorsal aorta. Just listen, do not draw anything. Now, there are many parts which disappears here. There are many things which disappear. Look, this part of the dorsal aorta, this part, look at this what I'm drawing, this part of the dorsal aorta between the third and fourth arch artery on both the sides disappear off. This part of the dorsal aorta on both the sides is gone. Between the third and the fourth arch artery disappears off. This entire dorsal aorta is gone. The right dorsal aorta disappears off. And look, this is so nice. You tell me now, what is this going to form? And this is going to form the descending thoracic aorta. And descending thoracic aorta is derived from the left dorsal aorta. You're clear now? So that is how the descending thoracic aorta is derived from the left dorsal aorta. Look here once again, the last part I'll repeat once again. Have a look here. I hope you're following this now. Okay, look, once again. The third arch artery forms what? Once again, the third arch artery forms common carotid. It gives a bud for external carotid and it itself continues as internal carotid along with dorsal aorta. Okay. Now this part of the dorsal aorta between the third and the fourth arch artery disappears on both the sides. The part of the dorsal aorta between the third and the fourth arch artery disappears off. This entire right dorsal aorta is formed here. And what is this going to form? The descending thoracic aorta. So descending thoracic aorta is derived from the left dorsal aorta. So this completes the entire slide. Okay, that's it. Fine. Finish the slide, whatever is left. Everything in yellow disappears off. The one in yellow goes off. Okay. Finish the slide. Once you're done, you tell me. So that's the development of arteries. Pulmonary arteries, no? They fuse with the pulmonary trunk. Pulmonary trunk is this, no? Look now. This is the pulmonary trunk. So the pulmonary arteries this will go from backside. This will go from backside, and this will fuse with the pulmonary trunk. Okay, clear to all of you? Very good. So now with this, I'll clear this, huh? Okay, understand this development of veins now. Okay, just have a look at this slide, it will be clear to you. See, this is a very good slide. Look, this is so nice. Look, tell me, what am I pointing now? What am I pointing here? What am I showing you? Pulmonary arteries are on both the sides, no? It goes and joins with the pulmonary trunk. Yes. What is this? Yellow, everything in yellow goes off. Everything in yellow goes off. What have I pointed? You tell me. What have I pointed this? Ductus arteriosus, this goes off. No, वो बाद में ligamentum arteriosum बनता है. It forms the ligamentum arteriosum. It degenerates off. It forms ligamentum arteriosum. The red on the left side. Which red? It goes and joins with the pulmonary trunk. Pulmonary trunk, the two pulmonary arteries will come and join with the pulmonary trunk. Okay, lung bud gives rise to the same pulmonary artery which is going to the lungs. Yes. Yes, this is the recurrent laryngeal nerve on the left side here. That's the left recurrent laryngeal nerve winds around what? Arch of aorta, and that's the right recurrent laryngeal nerve which winds around the subclavian artery. Look at that. The right recurrent laryngeal nerve winds around the subclavian artery, and the left recurrent laryngeal nerve winds around arch of aorta. You clear with this? Okay, I'll start here. Just have a look at the slides quickly and answer. Okay, I'll start. Tell me now, what is this going to form? This is the arch of aorta. Tell me. The arch of aorta, look, I'll start. The arch of aorta is derived from the left horn of aortic sac and the left fourth arch artery. The left horn of aortic sac and the left fourth arch artery. What is this? This is the descending thoracic aorta. The descending thoracic aorta is derived from the left dorsal aorta. What is this? Brachiocephalic trunk. The brachiocephalic trunk is derived from the right horn of aortic sac. Derived from right horn of aortic sac. Okay. What is this now? This is the subclavian artery. The left subclavian artery is derived from the left 7th cervical intersegmental artery. The right subclavian artery is derived from the right 4th arch artery and the right 7th cervical intersegmental artery. The third arch artery forms what? What is this? Common carotid. That's the common carotid. It gives a bud form. It gives a bud form, external carotid, and itself continues as internal carotid along with dorsal aorta. Itself continues as internal carotid along with dorsal aorta. Clear to all of you? Now look, this part of the dorsal aorta between the third and the fourth arch artery disappears off. This entire dorsal aorta goes off. This entire dorsal Okay, once again, that thing is gone behind the screen. That's fine. I'll tell you. The third arch artery forms what? Common carotids. This is clear. It gives a bud form, external carotid, and itself, this will be clear now, and itself gives rise to internal carotid along with dorsal aorta. Clear? Now, this part of the dorsal aorta between the third and the fourth arch artery is gone. This entire left dorsal aorta is gone. Okay. This entire right dorsal aorta is gone. And what is this going to form? This is going to form the descending thoracic aorta. This forms a descending thoracic aorta. What is this? These are the pulmonary arteries. What is this? This is the lung bud. And what is this? This is the ductus arteriosus derived from the left 6th arch artery between the lung bud and the dorsal aorta. Okay. Right, dono 6th arch artery forms a pulmonary artery. Both the 6th arch artery forms a pulmonary artery. No? Both the 6th arch artery forms pulmonary artery. Okay, great, very nice. Just one small thing here, then you take a break. And there are two pulmonary arteries now, so on both the sides they will form the pulmonary artery. Okay, I start. This is a very easy topic. Just understand this, then we take a break. Okay, look, this is nice. You remember in the embryo, just wait, this much I'll finish. You remember in the embryo, there was a vein which was draining the body wall above the heart. There was a vein which was draining the body wall above the heart. What was that known as? Anterior cardinal vein. And there was a vein and there was a vein which was draining the body wall from below the heart. What was this known as? Posterior cardinal. The anterior cardinal and the posterior cardinal joins to form what? Common cardinal vein. And this common cardinal vein drains into what? Sinus venosus. You remember veins draining in the sinus venosus? The umbilical, the vitelline, and common cardinal vein. Okay. Those prostaglandins and all are secreted, no? So that is how. That is why it is. Okay, we'll see. Just wait, I'll finish this much. Now look, this is so nice. What is this? Anterior cardinal vein. What is this? Posterior cardinal vein. And what's that? Common cardinal vein. You remember the common cardinal vein drains into what? Sinus venosus. Which are the other veins draining in the sinus venosus? The umbilical, the vitelline, and the common cardinal vein. Okay. Now tell me, the right common cardinal vein drains into what? What is this that I have drawn? The right common cardinal vein drains into the right horn of sinus venosus, and the left common cardinal vein would drain into what? What will I draw it like this? I draw this as the left horn sinus venosus. Okay. So the right common cardinal vein drains into the right horn of sinus venosus, and the left common cardinal vein drains into the left horn of sinus venosus. Okay. Now tell me, what happens to the left horn of sinus venosus? This left horn of sinus venosus becomes the coronary sinus. Remembering? Look, don't get confused. Just understand this part. The right common cardinal vein, left common cardinal vein. The right common cardinal vein drains into what? The right horn of sinus venosus, and the left common cardinal vein drains into the left horn of sinus venosus. The left horn of sinus venosus forms what? You remember, the left horn of sinus venosus forms the coronary sinus. And what happens to the right horn of sinus venosus? The right horn is absorbed into the atrium. The right horn of sinus venosus is absorbed into the atrium. Fine? Okay, with this concept, I'm starting here. Understand this topic. Development of veins. This is very easy. Okay. You remember which brachiocephalic vein was longer in length? The left brachiocephalic vein was longer in the body. I told you the left brachiocephalic vein is longer. Now why is it longer in length? I understand this. Okay, I start. Have a look here. Now this is the anterior cardinal vein. This is the posterior cardinal vein, and that's the common cardinal vein. The right common cardinal vein drains into the right horn of sinus venosus, and the right horn of sinus venosus is absorbed into the atrium. The left common cardinal vein drains into the left horn of sinus venosus, and the left horn forms the coronary sinus. This is we know. This much we know. Okay. Okay. Now the two anterior cardinal veins are connected by an anastomosis. The two anterior cardinal veins are connected by an anastomosis. Two veins from the body wall come and join with the anterior cardinal vein. Don't draw anything. Just wait. Two veins from the body wall, they come and join with the anterior cardinal vein, and these are ready-made veins for us. These are the subclavian vein. Okay, these are the subclavian vein. They come from the body wall, they join with the anterior cardinal veins. Fine. So that's it. So these are the subclavian veins. Look, this is so easy. Once again, before I start, just try to identify this: anterior cardinal vein, posterior cardinal vein, common cardinal vein, anastomosis, and the subclavian veins. Okay, look, this is so easy. You tell me, what's this going to form? What is this going to form? Internal jugular vein. That's the internal jugular vein. So internal jugular vein is derived from the anterior cardinal vein. Internal jugular vein is derived from the anterior cardinal vein above the attachment of subclavian vein. It's very easy. We'll be writing this. Wait, no, we'll be writing this. Just understand. So what is this going to form? What is this going to form? Internal jugular vein. So internal jugular vein is derived from the anterior cardinal vein above the attachment of subclavian vein. Okay. Now you tell me, what is this going to form? What is this going to form? This is the right brachiocephalic vein. Okay. So the right brachiocephalic vein is derived from the, what is this? Right anterior cardinal vein between the attachment of subclavian vein and the anastomosis. That's the right brachiocephalic. Okay. So the right brachiocephalic vein is derived from the right anterior cardinal vein between the attachment of subclavian vein and the anastomosis. That's the right brachiocephalic. The left brachiocephalic vein is derived from the left anterior cardinal vein below the attachment of subclavian vein and the anastomosis itself. Look, the anastomosis itself. You're following now? So which brachiocephalic vein is longer? Left. Yeah? Because the left brachiocephalic vein is derived from the left anterior cardinal vein below the attachment of subclavian vein and the anastomosis. That's the left brachiocephalic. Easy, easy. This is very easy. And look, this is so nice. You tell me, what is this going to form now? This is going to form the SVC, a very important MCQ. SVC is derived from the right anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis, the right anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis, and the right common cardinal vein. Also, the right common cardinal vein. This forms the SVC. You're following this? SVC. So SVC is derived from the right anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis and the right common cardinal vein. This forms the SVC. Now you tell me, the right common cardinal vein drains into what? The right common cardinal vein drains into what? The right horn of sinus venosus. And what happens to the right horn of sinus venosus? It is absorbed into the right atrium. And this is how the SVC now opens into right atrium. Am I clear? How the SVC opens into the right atrium? Look once again. Look here. Now this is going to form our SVC. So SVC is derived from the right anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis and the right common cardinal vein. The right common cardinal vein drains into what? The right horn of sinus venosus. And what happens to the right horn of sinus venosus? It is absorbed into the atrium, and this is how the SVC now opens into the right atrium. Okay. I will be writing this. Just understand this first, and then you write, and then again you see the slide. You will be perfect with everything. Okay. Clear to all of you? Fine. So this much we'll write first. Okay, this much we'll write first, and then I'll continue with the slide. Fine. Draw this first. Draw this. Okay, very good. Fine. Draw the slide. See. Just draw that slide. See, I'll label this for you. Internal, external jugular vein is different. Subclavian vein, this is the common cardinal vein. This is the posterior cardinal vein. Okay, just label this. These are some, hormonals, prostaglandins and all. Anastomosis, you can just label that as anastomosis. Not exactly known why it disappears, not exactly known, but it may persist also on that side. Okay, it may persist also on that side. Clear? Now we'll start. Clear with all this labeling? This is the anastomosis, that's the anterior cardinal vein. This is the posterior cardinal vein, that's the common cardinal vein. There's something which happens to the white line and common cardinal, I'll tell you later. Okay, we'll start. Done with this, start now. Okay, start. Internal jugular vein. Internal jugular vein. Derived from posterior cardinal veins will form the IVC. We have to discuss that. Internal jugular vein derived from anterior cardinal vein. Anterior cardinal vein above the attachment of subclavian vein. Anterior cardinal vein above the attachment of subclavian vein. Right brachiocephalic vein is derived from the right anterior vein subclavian vein, subclavian and the anastomosis. Anastomosis itself. Clear now why the left brachiocephalic vein is longer? Now clear now? Cardinal veins are present on both sides. Yes, cardinal veins are present on both the sides. Left brachiocephalic vein is derived from the left anterior cardinal vein between the subclavian vein and anastomosis and the anastomosis itself. Right anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis right common cardinal vein. Right anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis and the right common cardinal vein. Okay, tell me this now. Done? If you're done, you tell me. I'll show in the picture. A left-sided SVC drains into what? If you can answer this, left-sided SVC drains into coronary sinus. Very good. Left-sided SVC would drain into coronary sinus. Just have a look. Understand this now. One moment. Just understand this. Now you tell me. You're clear with the labelings, no? Labelings are clear. I'll quickly go through this. So answer now. What is this going to form? What is this going to form? Internal jugular vein. So internal jugular vein, very good. Internal jugular vein will be derived from anterior cardinal vein above the attachment of subclavian vein. Anterior cardinal vein above the attachment of subclavian vein. Okay. What is this going to form? Right brachiocephalic. The right brachiocephalic vein is derived from the right anterior cardinal vein below the attachment of subclavian vein and the anastomosis. What is this going to form? This is going to form the left brachiocephalic. Yes, the left brachiocephalic vein is derived from the left anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis and the anastomosis itself. Clear? What is this going to form? SVC. So SVC is derived from right anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis, right common cardinal vein. And I told you the right common cardinal vein drains into what? The right horn of sinus venosus. This will drain into the right horn of sinus venosus. And what happens to the right horn of sinus venosus? It is absorbed into the atrium, and this is how the SVC now opens into right atrium. This is clear? So normally SVC opens into the right atrium, but suppose an SVC, if it is formed on the left side, like this is going to form a right-sided SVC. So SVC can also form on left side. Embryo, anything can happen. So if it's a left-sided SVC, tell me, a left-sided SVC would be derived from left anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis and the left common cardinal vein. This is going to form the left-sided SVC if it is formed. And this left common cardinal vein drains into what? What have I drawn here? It drains into the left horn of sinus venosus. And we know the left horn of sinus venosus forms what? Coronary sinus. So if it is a left-sided SVC, it would open into what? Coronary sinus. Am I clear? So left-sided SVC would open into coronary sinus. That's very good. Okay. But normally left-sided SVC is not formed, no? So something else will be formed from this part. This much is still left, huh? This much is still left for us. So something else will be formed from this. This much part is still left. If a SVC is formed on left side, it is going to form from this. But normally SVC is not formed from this side. So what is this going to give rise to? Okay, fine. You write it down first, then I'll tell you. Just a small part is left for that. Okay. Answer for this is coronary sinus. Left-sided SVC drains into coronary sinus. Next you write coronary sinus. Coronary sinus is derived from this we know, left horn of sinus venosus. Coronary sinus is derived from the left horn of sinus venosus, and there's one more, left common artery. I've not told you this, I have to explain this. So coronary sinus is derived from the left horn of sinus venosus. We know this. I've told you. Coronary sinus is derived from left horn of sinus venosus. Something else I'm telling you now. It is also derived from the left common cardinal vein. Left common cardinal vein. And the last one. I'll explain this. Left superior intercostal vein is derived from left anterior cardiac below the anastomosis. Left anterior cardiac vein below the anastomosis and proximal part. Proximal part of the left posterior cardiac vein. Just write it down. I'll explain this. If you're done, you tell me. Just wait, I'll give you a break. I'll give you a break, just wait. I'm finished with this, I'll give you a break. Okay? I'm giving you a break. Okay, done with the writing? Proximal part of the left posterior cardiac vein. Just wait 2 minutes, I'll give you a break. Have a look at this slide. Yeah, see this. Understand this. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. I'm finishing this, then you take a break. Okay, listen. Now tell me, this is what is going to form the SVC. SVC is normally formed on the right side. But suppose if an SVC is formed on this side, this will form a left-sided SVC. But normally, a left-sided SVC is not formed. So what is this going to give rise to? What are we left with? What are we left with? We are left with this. One moment. What are we left with? We are left with one, the left anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis, and this is the left common cardinal vein. So now, the left common cardinal vein, and what is this? The left horn of sinus venosus. What is this going to form? This is what is going to form the coronary sinus. Okay. So the left common cardinal vein and the left horn of sinus venosus forms the coronary sinus. Okay, the left common cardinal vein and the left horn of sinus venosus forms the coronary sinus. Now what are we left with? We are left with this. We are left with this. Look, this is the left anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis, and this is the proximal part of the left posterior cardinal vein. Now this is going to form the left superior intercostal vein. This is going to form the left superior intercostal vein. Left-sided SVC is normally not formed. Left superior intercostal vein will be formed by the veins of the body wall in that case. Okay, in that case it will be formed from the body wall. The right superior intercostal veins is formed from the veins of the body wall. So left will also be formed from this. So the left superior intercostal vein is derived from the left anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis and proximal part of the left posterior cardinal vein. And that is why the left superior intercostal vein will drain into what? What is this going to be now? This is the left brachiocephalic, and that's how the left superior intercostal vein drains into the left brachiocephalic vein. Have a look at this slide. It will be clear. Just one moment. I'll give a break. Just one moment. What is this? What is this? And what is this? Look. Okay. So this is going to form the left superior intercostal vein. The left anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis and the proximal part of the left posterior cardinal vein. This forms the left superior intercostal vein, and that's how the left superior intercostal vein drains into what? What is this now? That's the left brachiocephalic vein. And what is this going to form? This is the left common cardinal vein along with the left horn of sinus venosus. This will be forming the coronary sinus. That is it. Embryology, anything can happen. Embryology, anything can happen. I have to start with head and neck. So now thorax, a small part is left for thorax. We'll finish that and we'll start with head and neck. Okay. Clear to all of you? This is clear. You take a break then. Okay. Thorax, there are still 2-3 topics left for me. I'll finish that and then you take a break. I'll finish that after the break. If the left superior intercostal vein is formed now, then the veins of the body wall will form. If the SVC is formed on left side, the veins of the body wall, they join to form the left superior intercostal vein. Okay. Like right superior intercostal vein is formed by the veins of the body wall only, and they drains into A sides. It's like that. Right posterior cardinal vein will form what? IVC. Right posterior cardinal vein will form the IVC. Right superior intercostal vein is formed by the veins of the body wall. That is what I'm telling you. Okay, clear to all of you? So, okay, fine. Answer this MCQ. Shall answer this MCQ. The coronary sinus. You remember what is coronary sulcus? Coronary sulcus is the one in which the coronary sinus lies, and that is the posterior atrioventricular groove. Just see the voice quality now. If it is clear, you tell me. So the coronary sulcus is the posterior atrioventricular groove. So that's anterior atrioventricular groove is wrong. Okay, that's the posterior atrioventricular groove. The coronary sinus ends in the right atrium. Yes. Has vena cava minimi as its tributaries. That's wrong. Vena cava minimi drains directly into the right atrium and develops from the right anterior cardinal vein. That's wrong. It develops from the left anterior cardinal vein below the anastomosis and the left common cardinal vein. Clear to all of you? The answer is B for this B. Yeah. Understand this now. Now, this is a section taken from the embryo. This is a section taken from the embryo. It was better without headphones. Okay. Hello, hello. IVC development in the abdomen. IVC development in the abdomen. Okay. It's lower. Okay. Fine. I'll tell him to increase the volume. Hello, hello. Hello. Now, this is the development of diaphragm. Development of diaphragm. I've just started. Volume was before. Okay. Just one moment. I'll change that. I'll tell him to change. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay. Now see. Now just see and tell me. This is the development of diaphragm. Understand this development of diaphragm. This is a section. This is a section taken through the embryo. No. Hello, hello. Is it audible now? Is it audible now? Hello. Is it audible? Right. I've just started. Right. I'll start. This is a section taken through the embryo. Now look, This the embryo is like this. The section is taken like this, like this. So this is the dorsal aspect of the embryo, and that's the ventral aspect of the embryo. This is the ventral aspect, and this is the dorsal aspect. Okay. So this is the dorsal aspect, and this is the ventral aspect of the embryo. Hmm? Now, what is the main thing which takes part in the development of diaphragm? The main contribution to the development of diaphragm. Any idea? The main contribution to the development of diaphragm is yesterday when we had drawn that folded embryo. What was the first thing on the ventral aspect here? Septum transversum. Septum transversum. Yes. So this is the septum transversum. The main contribution to the formation of diaphragm is the septum transversum. Right? Now, you tell me, how are the body cavities formed? I told you this yesterday. The entire body cavities. You remember the mesoderm that I had told you yesterday? Okay. Okay, fine. Just listen. Listen. Audio is clear now with this headphone. Audio is clear. Yes. Audio is clear with this headphone. Now, what I'm telling is extremely important topic. Diaphragm. Just understand this. Development of diaphragm. Fine. Don't type now. Just listen here. I'm telling you the development of diaphragm. This is a section taken through the embryo. Okay, the embryo is folded like this. The section is taken right here, right like this. So what is this aspect for the embryo? Dorsal. And what is this aspect of the embryo? Ventral. Right? So here, this is the dorsal aspect and this is the ventral aspect. Dorsal, ventral. Okay, now I'm starting. Do not sit and type. Just concentrate. Now, on the ventral aspect, what was the first thing on the ventral aspect? Septum transversum. Then is the developing heart. Then is the procaudal plate. And then is the neural tube. So the main contribution in the development of diaphragm is the septum transversum. This is the septum transversum which takes part in the formation of diaphragm, the main contribution. Now, you tell me, the mesoderm, you remember? The intraembryonic mesoderm, ectoderm, mesoderm, endoderm, and which is the cell which is responsible for formation of all the three germ layers in an embryo? Epiblast. Remembering this? The epiblast enters inside the primitive streak into the primitive pit, gets modified, and first replaces the hypoblast. And what was that layer known as endoderm? It forms the second germ layer. What is that? Mesoderm. And finally, it replaces the epiblast. And what is this known as? Ectoderm. You all know this. So the three germ layers to be formed in sequence. The first one is endo, then meso, and finally ectoderm. And the cell responsible for formation of all the three germ layers is epiblast. This you know. Okay, concentrate, concentrate. Now the intra-embryonic mesoderm. And what was that which was formed in the mesoderm, which is formed by the primitive streak? It is formed in the mesoderm. That's the notochord. Notochord, you remember? So the thing right in the center of the mesoderm was notochord. And then the mesoderm differentiates into the first one, paraxial mesoderm, the second one, intermediate plate mesoderm, and the third one is the lateral plate mesoderm. All these things I've told. See, I keep on repeating like this, so it will be a revision again and again. So in this lateral plate mesoderm, there are formation of cavities here. And what was that cavity known as? The intraembryonic coelom. And this intraembryonic coelom forms all the body cavities. That is the pleural cavity, peritoneal cavity, and the pericardial cavity. Fine. So now just understand this. Okay, just understand this. If this is the embryo, that's a section taken through the embryo. The head is in front, and the caudal end is on that side. The section is taken like this. So what is the cavity in front here? What is the cavity here? Pleural cavity. Lungs here. So what is this cavity here? Pleural cavity. And who's on that side? That side, the peritoneal cavity. Abdomen. So that's the peritoneal cavity. So the pleural cavity and the peritoneal cavity, to begin with, are continuous with each other. They're continuous with each other through What is this opening known as? Pleuroperitoneal canals. Look at that. This is the pleuroperitoneal canals or the pleuroperitoneal openings. So the pleural and the peritoneal cavities are continuous with each other through the pleuroperitoneal canal. And now this is closed by what is known as the pleuroperitoneal membrane. And this pleuroperitoneal membranes would take part in the formation of diaphragm. This is the development of diaphragm. Okay. The main contribution to the development of diaphragm is one, septum transversum. Second, the pleuroperitoneal membranes. Following this, and what is this pleuroperitoneal membrane? It is going to separate the pleural cavity from the peritoneal cavity. That's the pleuroperitoneal membrane. Now, the entire GIT, okay, that's the gut tube. The entire GIT is attached to the posterior abdominal wall, and the entire GIT is attached to the anterior abdominal wall. This this down is known as the ventral mesentery, and the one behind is known as the dorsal mesentery. Now we're talking about the esophagus. So that's the ventral mesentery of the esophagus and the dorsal mesentery of the esophagus. And this dorsal mesentery of the esophagus takes part in the formation of diaphragm. Okay, yeah. So this is the esophagus. This is the dorsal mesentery of the esophagus, takes part in the formation of diaphragm. And the last, the diaphragm is also taken part by, it is also contributed by the body wall. The entire body wall also contributes to the formation of diaphragm. So these are the four main things which forms the diaphragm. Okay, these are the four main things which takes part in the formation of diaphragm. Understand this now? Hello, hello. Voice is not clear. Can't hear. Fine. So what are the things which takes part in the formation of diaphragm? Okay, we'll start with this and I'll clear this as we proceed. So the main contribution in the formation of diaphragm, start with this, the development of diaphragm, is one, septum transversum. This is development of diaphragm. Okay, fine. Development of diaphragm, the first one is septum transversum. Septum transversum. Second is the pleuroperitoneal membrane. Pleuroperitoneal membrane. Third, dorsal mesentery of esophagus. Dorsal mesentery of esophagus. And fourth is body wall. Body wall. Fine. So these are the four things which takes part in the formation of diaphragm. Now, this is only going to form the structure of the diaphragm. Structure. So the structure of the diaphragm is derived from this. And where is the muscles? Where are the muscles of the diaphragm derived from? The muscles come from the neck. You know who's going to form the muscles in the body? Who forms the muscles in the body? You remember the paraxial mesoderm? The paraxial mesoderm divides into a dermomyotome and sclerotome. What is the dermomyotome form? The dermis and the skeletal muscles. And the sclerotome forms the vertebral column and the ribs. Okay, so all the muscles in the body are derived from somi or myotome. So muscles of the diaphragm are derived from cervical myotome. Muscles of the diaphragm are derived from cervical myotome. Or you say somi.
Myotomes or somites. Both are the same. So that's about development of diaphragm. Look here once again. What is the main contribution in the formation of diaphragm? Septum transversum. Now, the pleural and peritoneal cavities are continuous with each other by pleuroperitoneal openings, and now they get a membrane here. What is that membrane known as? Pleuroperitoneal membrane, which takes part in the formation of diaphragm. The dorsal mesentery of the esophagus, and the fourth one is the body wall. The entire body wall takes part in the formation of diaphragm. Okay, this is going to form the structure of the diaphragm. The muscles of the diaphragm are derived from cervical myotome. Cervical myotome. Now tell me, if this pleuroperitoneal membranes do not fuse, your if this pleuroperitoneal membrane do not fuse, they remain open. If this pleuroperitoneal membrane remains open, there will be a small defect in the development of diaphragm, and this defect will be posterior and lateral. A posterolateral defect in the development of diaphragm due to non-fusion of the pleuroperitoneal membranes is known as Bochtelic's hernia. You know this Bochtelic's hernia? Okay, just one moment. I'll just tell you. Bochtelic's hernia. Bochtelic's hernia. Posterolateral defect in the development of diaphragm. Posterolateral defect in the development of diaphragm is due to non-fusion of pleuroperitoneal membrane. Okay, that's it. Bochtelic's hernia is a posterolateral defect in the development of diaphragm due to non-fusion of the pleuroperitoneal membrane.
Just wait, just wait. Okay, this was one thing left. Okay, fine now, fine. Now see this slide. See this slide. Okay, now which was the complete chamber behind at the base of the heart? Which was the complete chamber at the base of the heart? The base of the heart is formed by both the atria, the right and the left atrium. And which is the complete chamber behind? Left atrium. Okay, if we lift this left atrium, there's a space behind the left atrium. Look at this space. There's a space behind the left atrium, and this is what we call as the oblique sinus. Oblique sinus. Sinus is a space. So space behind the left atrium is known as the oblique sinus. And what is this use of the space behind the left atrium? What opens into the left atrium are the pulmonary veins. And sometimes the pulmonary veins brings more blood. The pulmonary veins will bring more blood. So the left atrium has to distend. So where does it distend? It distends into the space. And this is what we call as the oblique sinus of the pericardium. Oblique sinus of the pericardium. So oblique sinus of the pericardium lies behind. Oblique sinus of the pericardium lies behind left atrium. Oblique sinus of the pericardium lies behind the left atrium. You're clear? Behind the left atrium, there's a space there in which the left atrium can distend. And what is the space known as? Oblique sinus. So oblique sinus lies behind the left atrium. And there's one more sinus. Tell me, what is this now? What is this space? This space is known as the transverse sinus. This space is known as the transverse sinus. So where's the transverse sinus? You remember the ascending aorta and pulmonary trunk, they are derived from a single chamber. What is that? Truncus arteriosus, right? So ascending aorta and pulmonary trunk, they are together and the SVC is separate. So SVC is on the right side, posterior and the right, and the aorta and pulmonary trunk are anterior and to the left, and between them is a space, and this space is known as the transverse sinus. So transverse sinus of the pericardium lies behind, the transverse sinus of the pericardium lies between the ascending aorta and the pulmonary trunk, anterior and to the left. This is anterior and to the left, okay? And SVC, that's posterior and to the right, and that's the transverse sinus of the pericardium. And why is this transverse sinus so important? Suppose you become a CVTS in future, a cardiovascular thoracic surgeon. You become in future, and you're performing a cardiac surgery, and you have to control the blood flow from the heart. So what do? You just put a ligature through the space. You can put a thread through the space, and you can tie the ascending aorta by passing a ligature through the space. That is why this transverse sinus is very important. Okay, so it acts as a space for putting a ligature, and the aorta can be tied. Thus, the blood flow can be controlled during cardiac surgeries. That's the importance of knowing this. That's the importance of knowing this transverse sinus. Clear? So have a look at this transverse sinus. Transverse sinus. Oblique sinus of the pericardium lies behind the left atrium, and transverse sinus lies between ascending aorta and pulmonary trunk. That's anterior and left, and SVC, anterior and right. SVC is posterior and right. Clear to all of you? So this was left here. SVC is on the right side, veins are on the right side. That's how you remember. SVC is on the right side, and ascending aorta and pulmonary trunk is on the left side. So this is how the transverse sinus is. Okay, so starting with this topic, pleura and the lungs. Just one last topic. Pleura and the lungs. Now tell me, look at this slide. I'll start. Tell me now. These are the two lungs. Okay, just have a look. Starting with pleura and the lungs, the last topic, easy topic. These are the two lungs. Tell me now, what is this for the lung? Apex. What is this for the lung? Base. These are the two lungs, the heart here in between. So what is this surface of the lung known as? The mediastinal surface. What's here? The ribs. So what is this surface? Costal surface. So what are the parts of the lung? Apex, base, mediastinal surface, costal surface. Now, if you see the pleura is of two types. One pleura, which is very close to the lungs, enters the fissures of the lungs, and this is what we call as the visceral pleura or the pulmonary pleura. And the second pleura, which is reflected around the lungs, and what is this pleura known as? The parietal pleura. Now, parietal pleura is of different types depending upon where it is present. So, if the parietal pleura lines this surface, what do we call this as? Mediastinal pleura. The same parietal pleura here is known as what? Costal pleura. The same parietal pleura here below will be known as diaphragmatic pleura. And the parietal pleura which covers the apex of the lung will be known as apical pleura. Yes, it is also known as the cervical pleura. So what are the types of parietal pleurae? One is mediastinal pleura, one is costal pleura, one is diaphragmatic pleura, and one is cervical pleura. So these are the parts of parietal pleurae. Now, if you see the apex of the lung comes here at the root of the neck. It comes right at the root of the neck. Okay. Diaphragm gross, I'll be telling you in the abdomen. I've just told you development of diaphragm. Okay, diaphragm is a separate, very important topic. That will be the abdomen. Okay, fine. I'll be doing everything, don't worry. Okay. So now, apex of the lung comes at the root of the neck. How many centimeters does it project above the first rib? 5 centimeters. And how many centimeters does it project above the clavicle? Here, 2.5 centimeters. So apex of the lung projects 5 centimeters above the first rib and 2.5 centimeters above the clavicle. The apex of the lung is covered by a pleura. What is that pleura? Cervical pleura. And this cervical pleura is further covered by something. This is extremely important. Something which begins from the transverse process of C7, covers the apex of the lung, and it is attached to the inner border of the first rib. Begins from the transverse process of C7, covers the apex of the lung, and it is attached to the inner border of the first rib, and this is what we call as the Simpson's fascia. Or this is also known as the cervicothoracic diaphragm. Separates the neck from the thorax. Cervicothoracic diaphragm. Or this is also known as the suprapleural membrane. Or a muscle which is stretched, that it practically becomes a membrane. Scalenus minimus. It is also known as scalenus minimus. Just listen to this. Don't write anything. Just listen. I'll be writing everything. So look. I've told you about 3 scaleni, right? Remembering scalenus anterior, scalenus medius, and the third that we've heard of is scalenus posterior. These 3 scaleni we know. There is one more scaleni. That's the scalenus minimus, and this scalenus minimus covers the apex of the lung, also known as suprapleural membrane or Simpson's fascia. This is extremely important. Okay, starting with pleura and the lungs. Starting with pleura and the lungs. Okay, start. Apex of the lung projects, I'll repeat this, you just write this down first. Apex of the lung projects 5 centimeters above the first rib and 2.5 centimeters above the clavicle. Apex of the lung projects 5 centimeters above the first rib and 2.5 centimeters above the clavicle. It is covered by cervical pleura. It is covered by cervical pleura, which is further covered by cervical pleura, which is further covered by, there are 4 names: Simpson's fascia or suprapleural membrane or cervicothoracic diaphragm or there's one more name, Scalenus minimus. Yeah, I'll tell you. That I'll tell you in the abdomen. Okay. So the apex of the lung is covered by cervical pleura, which is further covered by, there are 4 things: Simpson's fascia, suprapleural membrane, cervicothoracic diaphragm, or the scalenus minimus. Okay. It extends from transverse process of C7 to inner border of the first rib. Extends from the transverse process of C7 to the inner border of the first rib. Right? I'll show you that transverse sinus, I'll show you later. Fine. Now, which are the other diaphragms in the body? Other diaphragms in the body. This is cervicothoracic diaphragm. One is oral diaphragm. And oral diaphragm is formed by whom? Mylohyoid. Oral diaphragm is formed by mylohyoid. Next is pelvic diaphragm. Pelvic diaphragm is formed by levator ani. So these are the other diaphragms in the body. One is oral diaphragm, which is formed by mylohyoid, pelvic diaphragm, which is formed by levator ani, and third is the urogenital diaphragm, which is formed by sphincter urethrae and deep transverse perineum. Now, what is sphincter urethrae? What is deep transverse perineum? All these things I'll tell you later. Okay, just remember there's something known as urogenital diaphragm, and this urogenital diaphragm is formed by 2 muscles. One is the sphincter urethrae, and the second one is the deep transverse perineum. Clear to all of you? Simpson's fascia, yes. Simpson's fascia extends from transverse process of C7 to the inner part of the first rib. You're clear with this? Okay, clear to all of you? Now, just have a look at this. Another very important thing. Tell me, what is this for the rib? This is the head of the rib. Head of the rib. They separate different regions. No? What is the function of this diaphragm? They separate different areas, different regions. That's the head of the rib. That's the neck of the rib. That's the tubercle of the rib. And that's the shaft of the rib. Shaft. Just have a look. Understand this. Okay. So that's the head. That's the neck. That's the tubercle. And that's the shaft of the rib. I'll show you the sinus slide. Just wait now. I'll show you the sinus slide. Just listen. Arey Baba, I'm telling you everything. Just wait. Don't sit and write anything. I'll be telling you. Apex of the lung projects 5 centimeters above the first rib and 2.5 centimeters above the clavicle. Okay. Starting here, starting with the first rib. Understand another very important MCQ. Don't draw this. Just wait. That's the head of the rib. That's the neck of the rib. This is the head of the rib. That's the neck of the rib. That's the tubercle and that's the shaft of the rib. Remembering head of the rib articulates with what? Tubercle on the transverse process. The head of the rib articulates with the body of the vertebrae. The tubercle of the rib articulates with the facet on the transverse process, and the shaft of the rib articulates with costal cartilage. This is the first rib. On the first rib, there's a tubercle here. What is this tubercle known as? Scalene tubercle. This is known as the scalene tubercle. This is the scalene tubercle. And what is attached to the scalene tubercle? If you can just answer this, to the scalene tubercle attached is the scalenus anterior. And so what would this be? This is the scalenus anterior muscle. Scalenus anterior. This is the scalene tubercle. This muscle is the scalenus medius. Scalenus medius. And you know what is this muscle attached to the outer border of the first rib? Outer border of the first rib. This is the first digitation of serratus anterior. That's the first digitation of serratus anterior. And what is this attached to the inner border of the first rib? This is what I was telling you now. To the inner border of the first rib, this is what we call as the Simpson's fascia. Simpson's fascia. Clear to all of you? So these are the attachments on the first rib. Clear? Be very clear about this. These are all very important things. Deep transverse perineum. Deep transverse perineum. Okay, just draw this. Okay, so these are the attachments of the first rib. Scalenus anterior, scalenus medius, serratus anterior. That's the Simpson's fascia. Wait, I'm putting that slide. Urochiral diaphragm, I'm putting that slide. Clear to all of you? See, you'll understand it very well now. Once we're done with the upper limb, we're done with thorax, you'll understand head and neck, you'll understand brain. It is all correlated. See, just try to correlate, okay? So it will be very nice to understand. Fine. So clear to all of you? Now, what are the relations of the neck of the first rib? Relations of the neck of the first rib. This is, I'll tell you, one moment. These are the relations of the neck of the first rib. Write down relations of the neck of the first rib. And this is SVAN. I'm just giving you one mnemonic. Normally I don't give mnemonics because otherwise it's very confusing. So relations of the neck of the first rib. Relations of the neck of the first rib. I've labeled everything. And head articulates with, tubercle articulates with. We have done everything in the morning. We have done everything. I'm just repeating this. Okay. The diaphragms are going to separate different regions. The oral diaphragm will separate the mouth oral cavity from the neck. The cervico-thoracic diaphragm will separate the neck from the thorax. The thoraco-abdominal diaphragm, you know, the pelvic diaphragm will separate the pelvis from the perineum. Okay. And the last is the urogyral diaphragm. That I'll tell you. All these things we have to discuss. We have written articulation of the ribs and all. Okay, just go through it. I've told you in the morning. Fine. So relations of the neck of the first rib. Relations of the neck of the first rib. SVAN. It is SVAN. This is S, this is V, this is A, and this is N. What is this SVAN? S. Starting with S. Sympathetic chain. V. First posterior. That's the first posterior intercostal vein. First posterior intercostal vein. Sympathetic chain. The first posterior intercostal vein. You remember the first posterior intercostal vein on the right side, on the left side? On the right side, it drains into what? Shall I answer this? The first posterior intercostal vein. On the right side, it drains into right brachiocephalic. On the left side, it drains into left brachiocephalic. That's the same one, posterior intercostal vein. A is the superior intercostal artery. Superior intercostal artery. Superior intercostal artery. You remember superior intercostal artery? Superior intercostal artery. You remember superior intercostal artery? Okay, superior intercostal artery. Where was this superior intercostal artery? Superior intercostal artery. You remember this superior intercostal artery? You remember posterior intercostal arteries? Just try to correlate like this. Posterior intercostal arteries, I told you, you remember? Posterior intercostal arteries in the lower spaces were branches of what? Descending thoracic aorta. Then we had said posterior intercostal arteries in the upper two spaces were branches of what? Superior intercostal artery, which is a branch of this is the superior intercostal artery, which is a branch of costocervical trunk, which is a branch of second part of subclavian artery. Okay, so that is the superior intercostal artery. You should be able to correlate like this. Okay, very good. And N is the first thoracic nerve. First thoracic nerve. These are the relations of the neck of the first rib. Remember, I'm not asking you relations in the costal groove. In the costal groove, it is intercostal vein, artery, nerve. These are the relations of the neck of the first rib. Is this clear to all of you? Yes, relations of the neck of the first rib. And look quickly, if you can just tell me. Okay, right. Just look at this and tell me. Look at this, is so nice. See, enjoy it. Look. This would be thorax, and then we would start with head and neck. And the best thing to understand is head and neck, head, face, and neck, and then the brain. That is also so nice. Everything is nice. You just have to understand it. Okay. Look at this now. That's the first strip. If you can just tell me. What is this that I have drawn? A quick correlation. Tell me, that's the first strip. What is this that I have drawn? If you can answer this. What is this that I have drawn? Clavicle. And what is this that I have drawn? The scapula. And what was this? That was the humerus. You remember? Where had we come across this? Where had we come across this? Just try to correlate things. Try to correlate. The first strip, the superior board of the clavicle, and I'm so sorry. The first strip, the superior board of the clavicle, the superior board of the scapula, and the clavicle. Where was this? Where was this? If you can answer this. Where was this? Where was this? Where was this? The clavicle, the scapula, the first strip. Very good. That's the apex of the axilla. Very nice, very nice. The apex of the axilla, also known as the cervico-axillary canal. And look, if you can just understand this. Here. What's this? What's this? What is this that I've drawn? Here. If you can tell me what's this? And you know, this will enter like this and then would come down. You try to understand this now. Try to correlate this. What was this? Subclavian artery. Yes, that's the subclavian artery. And something else along with the subclavian artery. You remember something else? This is C5, C6, C7, C8. What was that? That was the brachial plexus. You're now understanding this? The brachial plexus and the subclavian artery. Yeah? The subclavian artery crosses the first strip and now becomes what? Axillary artery. The axillary artery would enter the apex and now come into the axilla. Following this? And this axillary artery would then continue as what? Brachial artery. Axillary artery would then continue as brachial artery. And if you can just tell me what is this that I've drawn? This. And look at that. What was this? Muscle. What is this muscle? Pectoralis minor. Yes, that's pectoralis minor. And this pectoralis minor divides the axillary artery into three parts, right? What is this part? First part. Behind the muscle, second part. And what's this? Third part. You're clear? And that's how the axillary artery is divided into three parts by pectoralis minor. And if you can just tell me what is this muscle here? Look, what is this muscle here? This is the scalenus anterior. Look how nice this is. Anatomy is very nice. You should just understand this. That's the scalenus anterior. Okay, that's the scalenus anterior, and this is what I was telling you. The scalenus anterior is going to divide the subclavian artery into three parts. You remember this? What's this part? First part, behind the muscle, second part, and that's the third part of the subclavian artery. And the subclavian artery would cross the first strip, now continue as axillary artery. Okay, that's great. That's very nice. Following, no? You'll get a hold of the subject. Just wait. Let me finish this thorax, and as we proceed, no, this thorax, this upper limb, thorax, and head and neck are all together. So you'll be able to understand it still better. Okay, that's nice. So you know what is this SVAN? This is the relation of the neck of the first strip. And something very similar to this is SLIO. What is this SLIO? SLIO is the relations of the ala of sacrum. You know what is the body of S1 known as? Body of S1 is known as the promontory. And what are those two wings known as? Ala of the sacrum. And this becomes the relation of the ala of sacrum. Relations of the ala of sacrum. SLIO. Okay, I'm just giving you a reference here, very similar. So I'm just giving you a reference. Later you'll be able to understand it. Wait, no, lung is left. S is what? Sympathetic chain. L is the lumbosacral trunk. I'll tell you this in the abdomen later. Lumbosacral trunk. What is lumbosacral trunk and all? I is the iliolumbar artery. But at least you know now there's something known as lumbosacral trunk, there's something known as iliolumbar artery. So next time when we are studying this, it will be easy for you to understand. And O is the obturator. Clear to all of you? Allah, all these things we'll be discussing later. The body of sacrum is known as promontory, and the two wings, the two extension of the sacrum is known as ala of the sacrum. So these are the relations of allosacrum, SLIO. Just keep this in mind. We'll be going into each one of this in details later, but I've just given you a reference. S is sympathetic chain, L is the lumbosacral trunk, I is the iliolumbar artery, and O is the obturator nerve. Clear to all of you? Very good. Okay. Understand this now. Now, this is the right lung. What is this for the lung? Yes, this is the anterior border of the lung. And that's the left lung. That's the anterior border. And here, what is this known as cardiac notch? And what is this known as a tongue-like process? Lingula. That is known as the lingula. Okay, so that's the right lung and that's the left lung. Right. Now, what is this fissure here? This is known as the oblique fissure. And what is this fissure here? Horizontal fissure. This is the oblique fissure and that's the horizontal fissure. The right lung has got 3 lobes. Start with the lungs around. The right lung has got 3 lobes. That's the upper lobe, that's the middle lobe, and that's the lower lobe. The left lung have got 2 lobes. That's the upper lobe and that's the lower lobe. Okay, na? So the right lung has got 3 lobes, upper lobe, middle lobe, lower lobe. The left lung has got 2 lobes, upper lobe and lower lobe. Just understand this. Another very important topic this is. Now the trachea. Okay. Don't draw anything, I'll give you time, just wait. The trachea divides into 2 bronchus, 2 primary bronchus for 2 lungs. So the trachea divides into 2 primary bronchus for the 2 lungs. Each primary bronchus now divides into secondary bronchi depending on the number of lobes. So the right primary bronchus will give how many secondary bronchi? 3. That's the secondary bronchus for the upper lobe. That's the secondary bronchus for the middle lobe, and that's the secondary bronchus for the lower lobe. The left lung will give, the left primary bronchus will give 2 secondary bronchus. That's for the upper lobe, that's for the lower lobe. And the secondary bronchus for the lower lobe is a direct continuation of the right primary bronchus, which is a continuation of trachea. Following this? That means look, trachea continues as what? The trachea continues as the right primary bronchus. The right primary bronchus further continues as what? Secondary bronchus for the lower lobe. And this secondary bronchus will now give small tertiary bronchus. And the part of the lung which is supplied by one tertiary bronchus is known as the bronchopulmonary segment. Okay, so what is the bronchopulmonary segment? That's the part of the lung which is supplied by 1 tertiary bronchus. Am I clear? So starting with bronchopulmonary segment, part of the lung supplied by 1 tertiary bronchus. Okay, this is a very important topic. Have a look. Starting with bronchopulmonary segments. Part of the lung supplied by 1 tertiary bronchus. Okay, I'll start. Have a look. For the upper lobe of the right lung, the bronchopulmonary segments are 3. This is apical, anterior, posterior. For the middle lobe, bronchopulmonary segments are 2. That's medial and lateral. And for the lower lobe, the bronchopulmonary segments are 3 in number. This is apical, and these are all basal segments. This is anterior basal, lateral basal, posterior basal, and one is inside, medial basal. Apical, anterior, posterior, medial, lateral, apical, anterior basal, lateral basal, posterior basal. And medial basal is inside, on the medial side. The left lung has got 2 lobes, upper lobe and lower lobe. What are the bronchopulmonary segments? Something very similar. This is apical, anterior, posterior. This is what we call as the superior lingular, inferior lingular. For the lower lobe, bronchopulmonary segments are the same: apical, anterior basal, lateral basal, posterior basal, and there is no medial basal. Medial basal segment is absent in the left lung. So how many for the right lung bronchopulmonary segments? 10. And how many for the left lung? 9. 9 bronchopulmonary segments. Okay, clear to all of you? So these are the bronchopulmonary segments of the right and the left lungs. These are the bronchopulmonary segments of the right and the left lungs. Just draw this and complete this. Trachea bifurcates, T6 it is said. T6. In cadavers T4, in livings it is said to be T6. Okay, done. I'll tell you the livings once, so then it will be clear for you. Okay, look here. This is apical. This is apical. This is anterior. Anterior. This is posterior. Okay, so that's apical, anterior, posterior. This is medial. And this is lateral. This is superior and this is inferior lingular. Okay, this is apical, also known as superior segment. Apical or superior. This is anterior basal. This is lateral basal. This is posterior basal. These are all basal segments. Anterior basal, lateral basal, posterior basal, and this is medial basal. Medial basal. This is apical, also known as the superior segment. Apical or superior. Anterior basal, lateral basal, posterior basal. No medial basal segment for the left lung. No medial basal segment. Bifurcation of trachea, in cadavers it is T4, in livings it is T6. Okay, just remember that. I told you no bifurcation. I told you in cadavers it's T4, in cadavers it's T4, and in living it is T6. Okay. Cadavers is dead. Dead people it's T4. Cadavers in it's T4. In living people it's T6. Clear to all of you? So these are the bronchopulmonary segments. Now understand this, a very important MCQ topic this is. Okay, I'll start. Have a look. Do not draw this. I'll give you time. Now tell me, trachea divides into what? Two primary bronchus for two lungs. Trachea divides into two primary bronchus for two lungs. The two primary bronchus now divides into secondary bronchi, depending on number of lobes. So the right primary bronchus will give how many secondary bronchus? 3, because 3 lobes. That's the secondary bronchus for upper lobe, that's for the mid lobe, and that's for the lower lobe. The primary bronchus for the left lung gives 2 secondary bronchus for the upper and the lower lobe. And the secondary bronchus for the lower lobe is a direct continuation of the right primary bronchus, which is a continuation of the trachea. This we know. Now tell me, the secondary bronchus for upper lobe will give how many tertiary bronchus? 3 tertiary bronchus. That's apical, anterior, posterior. How many will this give? 2. That's medial and lateral. And how many will this give? 5. Apical, anterior basal, radial basal, and that's the tertiary bronchus for the posterior basal segment. Bronchus for the posterior segment. And remember, this tertiary bronchus for the posterior basal segment is a continuation of the secondary bronchus for the lower lobe, which is a continuation of right primary bronchus, which is a continuation of trachea. You understanding this? Don't draw this. I'll be labeling this slide. Don't draw this. That means, look here, what I want you to understand is trachea continues as what? The trachea continues as the right primary bronchus. The right primary bronchus further continues as the secondary bronchus for the lower lobe, and the secondary bronchus for the lower lobe further continues as the tertiary bronchus for the posterior basal segment. And that is why when a child puts a foreign body in the nose, the foreign body directly goes to your answer, the posterior basal segment of the right lung. Okay, so foreign body entering the nose enters into posterior basal segment of right lung. Just write this down. Foreign body entering the nose. I'll tell you this, I'll label that, okay? Foreign body entering the lobe, entering the nose, enters into medial basal is on the medial side, it's not posterior, it's on the medial side. Foreign body entering the lungs enters into posterior basal segment of the right lung. Okay, because it's a direct continuation of it. This is the trachea. That's the right primary bronchus. That's the secondary bronchus for lower lobe, and that's the tertiary bronchus for posterior basal segment. This is clear to all of you? Trachea, right primary bronchus, secondary bronchus for the lower lobe, and tertiary bronchus for the posterior basal segment. Wait, I'm telling you, wait. Let me finish this, I'll tell you. Clear to all of you? Okay, so when a child puts a foreign body in the nose, the foreign body directly goes where? To the posterior basal segment of the right lung. Is this clear to all of you? Now, which is the lowest part of the lung in supine position? Like when we lie supine, the lowest part of the lung in supine position. Like, you know, when we lie supine, which is the lowest part of the peritoneal cavity, any fluid in the peritoneal cavity gravitates down into that space, and this is known as the hepatorenal pouch of Morrison's. In the peritoneal cavity in the abdomen, the most dependent part of the body in supine position is Morrison's pouch, hepatorenal pouch of Morrison. And when we why not left? Because right continuation and right is a continuation, not directly, so that is why it goes into the right lung. Okay, and when we stand up, which is the most dependent part of the body in standing position, it's pouch of Douglas in females, and in males it is rectovesical pouch. Rectovesical pouch in males, and utrovesical pouch in females, that's pouch of Douglas. These are the most dependent part of the body in supine and standing positions. Similarly, when we lie supine, which is the lowest part of the lung in supine position, that's the apical segment of the lower lobe. Apical segment of the lower lobe. This is the most dependent part of the lung in supine position. So now you tell me, when a small child is feeding in supine position, the child vomits and aspirates the vomiters. What does the child develop? The child develops aspiration pneumonia. So aspiration pneumonia is common in, your answer is apical segment of the lower lobe. Am I clear? Aspiration pneumonia. Aspiration pneumonia is common in apical segment of lower lobe, also known as superior segment, also known as the superior segment. Clear to all of you? Apical segment of the lower lobe, also known as superior segment. Okay. So that's it. And why does foreign body entering the nose enters into this posterior basal segment? Because it's a direct continuation of trachea. You're following? Trachea continues as right primary bronchus, continues as the secondary bronchus for lower lobe, and further continues as the tertiary bronchus for the posterior basal segment. Clear to all of you? If anything is left, just complete that. I've drawn the slide once more. See the slide. You can take the photo. This is an easy topic, so that is why I went slightly fast. All clear? Yes? Very good. Everything is clear to you. Wait now, class will see now till what time. The most dependent part of the body in supine position is Morrison's pouch. The most dependent part of the body in supine position is Morrison's pouch. Of the peritoneal cavity in supine position is Morrison's pouch. Okay, listen. The most dependent part of the body in supine position is what? When we lie down, any fluid in the peritoneal cavity goes down into that pouch. That's the Morrison's pouch. Okay. And which is the most dependent part of the body in standing position in females? In standing position in females, that's the pouch of Douglas, and in standing position in males, that's the rectovesical pouch. All these things we'll be seeing in the abdomen. Don't worry, I'm just giving you a reference. I just gave you a reference because I wanted to tell you the most dependent part of the lung. Clear? Once again, look, the most dependent part of the body in supine position, the most dependent part of the peritoneal cavity, to be specific, in supine position is Morrison's pouch, hepatorenal pouch of Morrison, and most dependent part of the body in standing position. That means if a person is standing and if there's any fluid, it will go down into, in females, it's pouch of Douglas, and in males it is recto vesical pouch. Recto vesical pouch. Okay, clear? Fine, that's it. MCQs I'll be telling you. Wait, MCQs I'll tell you. Okay, we'll start with this now. We'll start with extent of the lung. Look at this. This is mid-clavicular, mid-axillary, and mid-scapular. Mid-clavicular, mid-axillary, and mid-scapular. Okay, that hilum and all, I'll put small videos. Some topics now I'll put videos for you. Don't worry. 6th rib, 8th rib, 10th rib, 8th, 10 and 12th rib. So what is the extent of lung? That's it. Extent of lung. 6th rib in the mid-clavicular line, mid-axillary line, and mid-scapular line. Okay, so that's it. Hilum of the lungs relations I'll tell you. Mid-clavicular, mid-axillary and mid-scapular line. This is done 6, 8, 10 and 8, 10, 12. 6, 8, 10 and 8, 10, 12. Okay, clear to all of you? See this, hilum of the lung. Rest now I've put some videos on the club and e-medicos. I'll tell you that. Okay, hilum of the lung. Anterior to posterior. It's vein, artery, posterior cardinal will form this, no? Vein, artery, bronchus, and superior to inferior, artery, bronchus, superior to inferior, artery, bronchus and vein. Okay, so anterior to posterior, it's vein, artery, bronchus, and superior to inferior, it is artery, bronchus, vein. Okay, now to be specific, right side, left side, right side and left side, it is bronchus, artery, bronchus, vein. This is known as F. One is above the artery, so what do we call this as? F. F arterial bronchus. F arterial and hyparterial bronchus. For the left lung, it is artery, vein. Artery, bronchus, vein. Okay, don't worry, you are not at loss. If anything is left now, I'll extend one day. Don't worry, I'll extend one day. If I don't complete things, I'll extend the days. Okay, fine. So this is the right and the left lung. It's artery, bronchus, vein, eparterial bronchus artery, hyparterial bronchus vein. Okay, understand this now. Done. This is done. Now see, this is anterior to posterior. Anterior to posterior. Don't get confused on this is anterior to posterior. This is the left side. This is the right side. This is as you're looking in your body. This is as you're looking in your body. As you're looking in your body. Anterior to posterior. Okay. Don't write this. Just wait. Vein, artery, bronchus. This is anterior to posterior. Artery, bronchus, vein. Vein, artery, bronchus, bronchus, artery, bronchus, vein. Just have a look. This is anterior to posterior in blue, anterior to posterior in blue. This is anterior to posterior in blue. And this is superior to inferior in green. Understanding this? Superior to inferior. Eparterial is above the artery, hyparterial is below the artery. F is above the artery and hyp is below the artery. That is why it is known as eparterial and hyparterial. Okay, F is above, hyp is below. And what is this that I am drawing now? That's the hilum of the lung. Understanding this now? Alright, my child, posterior cardinal vein will be discussing in the abdomen. It will form the IVC. I've told you n number of times. Okay, so blue is anterior to posterior. This is as if you're looking in your body, as if you're looking in your own body. Okay, anterior to posterior. It's vein, artery, bronchus, and superior to inferior. On the left side, it is artery, bronchus, vein. On the right side, it is bronchus, artery, bronchus, vein. You understanding now? Clear to all of you? Don't. So that's about the hilum of the lung. Okay, I'll tell you mediastinum you want. Mediastinum I'll tell you. The rest of the things now I put small videos there. I will not skip anything. Don't worry. I'll put small videos if anything I feel is important. Okay, this is it. So that's hilum. Clear to all of you? Okay, starting with mediastinum. I'll tell you one small mediastinum and then we'll start with head and neck. I have to start head and neck. At least some topics have to finish. F is above and hyp is below. F is above and hyp is below. Okay, starting with mediastinum. Have a look. So that's the manubrium. That's the body of the sternum. These are the thoracic vertebrae. Look here, this is the rib, this is the first rib, and this is the diaphragm. So this part of the thorax where the heart lies, the part of the thorax where the heart lies, this is known as the mediastinum. Okay, now we draw lines starting from the sternal angle, cuts the lower border of T4 vertebrae. It cuts the lower border of T4 vertebrae. This divides the mediastinum into a superior and inferior mediastinum. That's a superior and inferior mediastinum. Topic है mediastinum. Okay. So mediastinum is a part of the thorax where the heart lies. What are the boundaries of mediastinum? Anteriorly is the sternum, posteriorly are the thoracic vertebrae, above is the first rib, and below is the diaphragm. Now that's the mediastinum. A line drawn from the sternal angle to the lower border of T4 vertebrae divides the mediastinum into a superior and an inferior part. Superior and inferior part. Okay. Now, the superior mediastinum is divided into three parts. This is anterior, middle and posterior. Superior mediastinum is divided into three parts: anterior, middle and posterior. I'll draw the slide later for you, starting with superior mediastinum. Superior mediastinum. This is anterior. This is middle, and that's posterior. Okay. Now tell me, one moment, look at this. This is the hyoid bone. This is the thyroid cartilage. And there are muscles which begins from the sternum to the thyroid. There are muscles which begins from the sternum to the hyoid. What is this? Sternohyoid, sternothyroid. And we get a gland here. What is this gland? Thymus. So what are the contents of the superior mediastinum? Okay, contents of superior mediastinum would be sternohyoid, sternohyoid, sternothyroid, and thymus. Sternohyoid, sternothyroid, thymus. Okay, what is present in the middle mediastinum? Look at this. In the middle mediastinum, if you can just tell me this. Yeah, one moment. Tell me who's this, and 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 thus who's this, and hence who's this. This you know now. Okay, this is the formation of SBC. That's the formation of SBC. So what lies in the middle mediastinum? Superior mediastinum, middle part, that's the formation of SBC. Who is behind the SBC? That's the arch of aorta and its branches. Arch of aorta and its branches. Okay, so in the middle mediastinum, that's one, formation of SBC. Second, arch of aorta and its branches. Arch of aorta and its branches. And there are two nerves which comes here: phrenic and vagus. Phrenic and vagus nerve. Phrenic and vagus nerve. Okay. So in the middle mediastinum, we have got formation of SVC, the arch of aorta with its branches, and the phrenic nerve and the vagus nerve. Okay. So if I make it here, look like this. This is the formation of SVC. That's the arch of aorta and its branches, and then you have phrenic and vagus nerve. In the posterior mediastinum, there's someone who's going straight down like this. What's that? That's the esophagus. Esophagus. Then what is this now? This is a tube which comes and divides at T4 in cadavers. At T4 in cadavers. That's trachea. Trachea, esophagus. In the posterior mediastinum, trachea, esophagus, trachea, esophagus, left recurrent laryngeal nerve, left recurrent laryngeal nerve, thoracic duct. Trachea, esophagus, the left recurrent laryngeal nerve, and the thoracic duct. Okay. Trachea, esophagus, the left recurrent laryngeal nerve, and the thoracic duct. The left recurrent laryngeal nerve is in the thorax, you know this. Now coming down to the inferior mediastinum. Okay, coming down to the inferior mediastinum. The inferior mediastinum is also made up of three parts: anterior, middle, and posterior. Okay, what is present in the middle part? In the middle part is the heart, and what is covering the heart is the pericardium. The heart and the pericardium here. Okay, so in the anterior part there are two ligaments here. The ligaments which connect the sternum to the pericardium. We call this as the sternopericardial ligaments. This is the superior, and that's the inferior sternopericardial ligaments. Diagram I'll show you. That's the superior and the inferior sternopericardial ligaments. Okay. Diagram I'll put back. Inferior mediastinum. Inferior mediastinum. again made up of three parts: anterior, middle, posterior. Anterior, middle and posterior. In the anterior part we have superior, and I'll put the diagram, just wait. Superior and inferior sterno pericardial ligaments. Superior and inferior sternopericardial ligaments. In the middle part we have heart and the pericardium. Heart and the pericardium. Then phrenic and vagus nerves. And we've got some lymph nodes. What comes here? I'll put the slide later for you, just wait. Now which part of the lungs comes here? Which part of the lung would be coming here? The hilum of the lung. The hilum of the lung comes here, and there's a nerve which goes in front of the hilum, that's phrenic, and there's a nerve which goes behind the hilum. What's that? Vagus. And around the hilum we get lymph nodes. Around the hilum we get lymph nodes. What do you call this? Sorry for that. Around the hilum we get lymph nodes. What is that known as? Perihilar lymph nodes. Perihilar lymph nodes. Okay, so what are the contents of the middle mediastinum? Inferior part. Inferior mediastinum come middle part. So that's heart with the pericardium. The hilum of the lungs will come here, and there are lymph nodes around the hilum. These are the perihilar lymph nodes. A nerve in front of the hilum, nerve behind the hilum. That's phrenic and vagus. Fine. I'll show you the slide. Yes, you've got sympathetic chain here. You've attended the lecture. Sympathetic chain. Who's written sympathetic chain? You have attended the lecture, no? Then what is left now? Posterior mediastinum. Posterior mediastinum. Who lies in the posterior mediastinum? Esophagus, descending aorta. Esophagus, descending thoracic aorta, thoracic duct, azygous vein, hemiazygous, all this, hemiazygous, accessory hemiazygous, and accessory hemiazygous. Hemiazygous and accessory hemiazygous vein, sympathetic chain, and there are some splanchnic nerves. Now what are these splanchnic nerves? I'll tell you later. What are these splanchnic nerves? Okay, and this I'll tell you later. So this is about the mediastinum. These are the splanchnic nerves. Okay. So clear to all of you? What are these splanchnic nerves? I know that I'll tell you later. Splanchnic nerves, there are greater splanchnic, lesser splanchnic, least splanchnic, and all that I'll tell you later. Okay, so this is it. So that's about the thorax. You can just take the slide. You don't draw anything, just take the slide. Everything cannot be adjusted in the small space. Okay, I've just drawn the important things here. That's how you remember the mediastinum. Okay, here I'll stop for the thorax. T4 vertebrae. Divides the mediastinum into a superior and inferior part. Clear? Class till we'll see now. 8:30. Again, who's asking bifurcation of trachea? Trachea bifurcates at T4 in dead, in cadavers, and T6 in living. So this I've drawn with respect to dead. Okay, clear to all of you? So that's it. Histology I'll be telling you. Histology I'll tell you. Okay, we'll stop here. I'm starting with head and neck now. Head and neck. Angle of Lewis is sternal angle. Angle of Lewis is sternal angle. Let me finish this. Let me finish as part of this head and neck today. Okay. Thoracic duct I'll tell you. Just wait. Let me finish this first. A part of head and neck. Okay. Then I'll tell you thoracic duct. It's 7 o'clock. Phrenic goes in front and vagus goes from behind the hilum. Phrenic is in front of the hilum and vagus is behind the hilum. Okay. Anterior to hilum is phrenic, anterior to hilum is phrenic, and posterior to hilum is vagus. Clear to all of you? Okay. We'll start with head and neck. Head and neck. Let me finish this head and neck first. Okay. Thoracic duct, thoracic duct, thoracic duct, thoracic duct. Okay, I'll tell you thoracic duct. Chalo. I'll tell you thoracic duct also. Thoracic duct you want, no? Fine. Chalo. Thoracic duct. Start with me. Just write down. Start with me. Thoracic duct. Now listen. This thoracic duct begins in the abdomen. This thoracic duct begins in the abdomen as a large lymphatic duct. It begins in the abdomen as a large lymphatic duct. What is this known as? Cisterna chyli. Cisterna chyli. So large lymphatic duct within the abdomen is known as cisterna chyli, and this cisterna chyli continues up as thoracic duct. Now how does this thoracic duct from the abdomen come inside the thorax? It passes through the aortic opening of the diaphragm. Okay, I'll finish this. So no, you will not feel that I've left anything. Fine. Okay, fine. Thoracic duct begins in the abdomen as a large lymphatic duct. What is that known as? Cisterna chyli. And this thoracic duct enters the thorax through the aortic opening of the diaphragm. Something else comes in the thorax through the aortic opening of the diaphragm. That's the azygous vein. Just listen to this up. We'll write this later. Just wait. So, in the diaphragm will be studying in the abdomen, openings in the diaphragm. But one I'm telling you now, the aortic opening of the diaphragm with the descending thoracic aorta, there are two more structures which are present with it. One is the thoracic duct, second is the azygous vein. Okay, fine. Now this thoracic duct is lying on the right side. Where is the thoracic duct lying? In the inferior mediastinum. It lies in the inferior mediastinum on the right side. It ascends in the inferior mediastinum and then it crosses to the left side. It starts to cross at T5. At T5, it starts to cross on the left side and then it ascends in the superior mediastinum. Okay, it ascends in the superior mediastinum on the left side. This thoracic duct opens at the junction of two veins, two big veins, the left internal jugular and the left subclavian vein. At the junction of this, what opens is the thoracic duct. Okay, so thoracic duct opens at the junction of left internal jugular and the left subclavian veins. So that's the course of thoracic duct. Now, what are the tributaries of thoracic duct? This thoracic duct will receive lymph from the left side of the body. Okay, there are three main lymphatic channels which come and drain into this thoracic duct. One is the left subclavian lymph trunk. The left subclavian lymph trunk will bring lymph from the left upper limb. Second, the left jugular lymph trunk. It will bring lymph from the left half of the head and neck. Left half of the head and neck. This is known as the left jugular lymph trunk. And the left bronchomediastinal lymph trunk. Okay, so all this will be joining. This will be the tributaries of the thoracic duct. Clear now? So that's about the thoracic duct. Okay, fine. Starting with thoracic duct. Clear now? Begins in the abdomen. So let's start. Begins in the abdomen as cisterna chyli. Begins in the abdomen as cisterna chyli. Clear? Upper border of mediastinum is rib. Second, enters the thorax through aortic opening of the diaphragm. Aortic opening of the diaphragm. Be faster. Enters the thorax through the aortic opening of the diaphragm. Lies the posterior mediastinum. Lies in the posterior mediastinum on the right side. Crosses to the left side. At T5. Crosses to the left side at T5. Lies in left superior mediastinum. Lies in the left superior mediastinum. Opens at a junction of at the junction of left internal jugular vein and subclavian vein. Opens at the junction of left internal and the left subclavian veins. Clear? Tributaries. One, left jugular lymph trunk. Left jugular lymph trunk brings lymph from left side of the head and neck. Left subclavian lymph trunk brings lymph from the left upper limb. Left broncho mediastinal lymph trunk brings a lymph from the left side of the thorax. And fourth, left intercostal lymph nodes. Left intercostal lymph nodes. Don't use local language, huh? Talk in English language. Use your language when you are together. Talk in English. No local language, no talking in local language. Clear? Clear? This is clear. Now starting with head and neck. Done? What drains on the right side? There's a right lymphatic duct. Like there's a thoracic duct, there's a right lymphatic duct, and the right lymphatic duct will drain the right side. The same tributaries of thoracic duct, the right lymphatic duct receives, and the right lymphatic duct drains, opens at the junction of internal jugular and the subclavian on the right side. This is known as the right lymphatic duct. Okay, like you have the thoracic duct on the left, there's a right lymphatic duct on the right side, and it receives this tributaries like thoracic duct. Okay, clear? Fine. That's it. So water is important, I've told you now. Okay, water is important. If there's any MCQ like this now, I'll put that for you later as a small video topic. Okay, now we'll just start with this. Right side drains into the right lymphatic duct. Right lymphatic duct. Okay, starting with head and neck. Chalo, we'll start now with the head and neck. Listen to this now. Starting with head and neck. Okay, I'll start now. I'll start. Just have a look now. Don't sit and talk among yourselves. Don't sit and talk among yourselves, okay? I can teach. I am the single faculty for anatomy. I teach all the batches all over the country. Okay, there's no problem for me. Throughout the year, I take nearly 100 lectures. So I can teach right from north to south, east to west. I teach all the batches. Okay, and all our students are now faculties of dance. The students who were sitting like you 3-4 years back, whom we have taught, are now good faculties. Clear? So if I need a break, I'll tell you. Okay, we start with head and neck. Chalo, we'll start. Now tell me, how many pharyngeal arches are there to begin with? Listen here now. How many pharyngeal arches are there to begin with? There are 6 pharyngeal arches. And how many aortic arch arteries are there to begin with? 6. Out of the 6 aortic arch arteries, how many disappear off? 3. The first arch artery is gone, the second arch artery is gone, and the 5th arch artery is gone. 3 arch arteries disappear off. And there are how many pharyngeal arches? 6. Out of this, 1 disappears off. 1 disappears off. Who's that? Number 5. Number 5 pharyngeal arch disappears. So out of 6 pharyngeal arches, the 5th goes off. So now we have how many pharyngeal arches? 5. And out of aortic arch arteries, 3 goes off. Okay, these are 2 different things. Again, I'm telling you, aortic arch arteries are different, pharyngeal arches are different. The aortic arch arteries are contents of what? Pharyngeal arches. Okay, now to begin with, there are now 5 pharyngeal arches. Each arch has got a nerve of its own. Now we'll just start with this. Nerves of the pharyngeal arches, which is the nerve of the first arch, mandibular nerve. Nerve of the second arch, facial nerve. Third arch, glossopharyngeal. Fourth arch, internal laryngeal, or you can say superior laryngeal. And the nerve of the sixth arch is recurrent laryngeal. So these are the nerves of the pharyngeal arches. This you should know. Okay. Everywhere you'll be coming across this nerves of the pharyngeal arches. So be clear about this. Nerves of the pharyngeal arches. Start with this. Starting with head and neck, head, face and neck. First arch, nerves of the pharyngeal arches. First arch, mandibular. mandibular. Second arch, facial. Third arch, glossopharyngeal. Fourth arch, superior laryngeal. And sixth arch, recurrent laryngeal. Clear? So first arch is mandibular, second arch is facial, third arch is glossopharyngeal, the fourth arch is superior laryngeal, and the sixth arch is recurrent laryngeal. Okay, topic of face. Now, starting with face. Starting with motor nerve supply of the face. Motor nerve supply of the face. Face, starting with motor nerve supply of the face. Topic have face now. We're discussing the face. I'm starting with motor nerve supply of the face. At least the important topics are one or two more topics are finished today for the head and neck. So till I come to a difficult topic, I'll stop. Okay, motor nerve supply of the face. Now look here. These are the muscles of facial expression. These are the muscles of facial expression. And all the muscles of facial expression. Now don't ask questions, I'll be answering all these things. Just listen now, don't disturb. Now all these muscles of facial expressions are derived in second pharyngeal arch. Okay, so all the muscles of facial expressions are derived, are formed in second pharyngeal arch. And which is the nerve of the second pharyngeal arch? The facial nerve. So all the muscles of facial expressions are therefore supplied by facial nerve. Facial nerve enters this gland here. What's that? Parotid gland. And now gives 5 branches to supply the muscles of facial expressions. The first, which goes up, temporal. The second, zygomatic. The third, buccal. The fourth runs along the margins of the mandible. What's that? Marginal mandibular. And the last goes in the neck. Supplies a muscle in the neck. What's that? Cervical branch of facial nerve. And this cervical branch is going to supply this muscle of the neck. What's that? Platysma. Platysma. Okay. So that's the motor nerve supply of the face. It's very easy. We're starting with this. Motor nerve supply of the face. Motor nerve supply of the face. Motor nerve supply of the face is by facial nerve. It's by the facial nerve through its 5 branches, sorry, is by the facial nerve through its 5 branches. 1. Temporal. Second, zygomatic. Third, buccal. Fourth, marginal mandibular, and fifth, cervical. I'll put the slide, just wait. I'll put the previous slide, just wait. So motor nerve supply of the face, is by the facial nerve through its 5 branches. The first one, temporal. Second, zygomatic. Third is buccal. Fourth runs along the margins of the mandible, that's marginal mandibular. And the last one goes in the neck, that's the cervical branch of facial nerve. Cervical. Okay, clear? Fine, clear to all of you? Done. 6 is recurrent laryngeal. This is recurrent laryngeal. You know this now. Recurrent laryngeal now. Yes, we're sensitive in this. 6 is recurrent laryngeal. Clear to all of you? Okay. Starting with venous drainage of the face. Venous drainage. Venous drainage of the face. Okay, understand this now. Another very important topic is this venous drainage of the face. Done? Okay, have a look here. Okay, yo. So that's about the venous drainage. Starting with the veins draining the face. Have a look, understand this. A very important topic this is. Now, there's a vein about the orbit. Here, there's a vein about the orbit. What is that? Supraorbital vein. Supraorbital vein. And here, that's a frontal bone. And the frontal bone has got a pulley here. Pulley. What is this pulley known as? Trochlea. And there's a vein coming from the trochlea. We call this as the supratrochlear vein. So supraorbital and supratrochlear, they join to form a vein here at the medial angle of the eye. What is this vein known as? Angular vein. This is known as the angular vein. The angular vein continues down as what? What is this vein now? That's the facial vein. Facial. Okay. So supraorbital, supratrochlear joins to form the angular vein. Angular vein continues down as facial vein. Come back. What is this region? Temporal region. And there's a vein coming from here. What's this vein? The superficial temporal vein. Superficial temporal. And that's a vein coming from the maxilla here. What do you call this vein coming from the maxilla? As maxillary vein. Superficial temporal and maxillary joins to form a vein here behind the mandible. So behind the mandible, therefore known as retromandibular vein. Retromandibular now divides into an anterior and posterior divisions. The anterior division of retromandibular joins with facial to form. What is this vein? This is the common facial vein. This is common facial, and this common facial vein drains into internal jugular vein. Internal jugular. That's the posterior division of retromandibular vein, and this posterior division of retromandibular joins with a vein coming from behind the ear. What is this vein? Posterior auricular vein, and this joins to form the external jugular vein, and this external jugular vein drains into what? Subclavian vein. Subclavian vein. That's the venous drainage of the face. Venous drainage. Okay, you can draw this. I'll label this for you. Okay, so that's it. Okay. Clear to all of you? We are outside, okay? Cavernous sinus is inside the skull. Don't ask such questions. Just sit and concentrate on what I'm drawing. I told you, do not disturb. Cavernous sinus, what you're asking? We're discussing about outer, the veins of the face outside. Cavernous sinus is inside the skull. That much you must be knowing. Don't ask such questions. Just sit and concentrate, draw the slides, okay? Don't sit and chat in between. And then you'll keep on asking me to repeat. This is posterior auricular vein. Clear? So that's a slide. Clear to all of you? Supraorbital, supratrochlear, angular vein, facial vein, superficial temporal, maxillary, that's retromandibular. This is retromandibular, anterior division, posterior division joining with facial to form common facial vein, and this common facial vein drains into internal jugular. The posterior division of retromandibular joining with posterior auricular forms the external jugular vein, and this drains into subclavian vein. Subclavian. Clear to all of you? So that's about the venous drainage of the face. That's a venous drainage of the face. Now, which part of the face is known as the dangerous area of the face? Have a look now. Dangerous area of the face. One moment, just let me clear all these things. Right. Just tell me one thing. Who lies here? Look at this. This is so nice. Who's lying here? Just one moment. Okay. What's lying here like this? Answer this. What is lying here? Yeah, that's the parotid gland. That's a parotid gland. Okay, that's a parotid gland. So who's lying here? Parotid gland. So I want you to understand what are the contents of parotid gland. Contents of parotid gland. One is the nerve. You know which nerve is that? Facial nerve. The facial nerve enters the parotid gland, divides into 5 branches, and supplies the muscles of facial expressions. There's a vein here. What is this vein? The retromandibular vein, and its 2 divisions, they lie within the parotid gland. Okay, the retromandibular vein and its 2 divisions, they lie within the parotid gland. Something else lies within the parotid gland. There's an artery there. Artery. If you can tell me what that artery is, external carotid artery. External carotid. Okay, this we'll see later. Contents of parotid gland, superficial to deep. The most superficial, facial vein, facial nerve. I'm so sorry, facial nerve. The next one, retromandibular vein, and the third one is the external carotid artery. Right. Now just see the slide and identify those veins here. See these veins. Try to identify this. Okay, I'll start. Have a look. Here. What is this vein? This is the supraorbital vein. What is this vein? Supratrochlear. What is this vein? Angular. What is this then? Facial. What is this region? Temporal region. What is this vein here? Superficial temporal. What is this vein? Maxillary. What is this vein then? Retromandibular. The retromandibular divides into an anterior and posterior divisions. Anterior division of retromandibular joins with facial to form, what's that? Common facial vein, and this common facial vein drains into this big vein. What's that? Internal jugular vein. What is this vein? The posterior auricular vein joins with the posterior division of retromandibular. The vein which is cut here, they've cut the vein, it's not seen here, but this vein would be the external jugular vein, and this external jugular vein would drain into subclavian vein. Subclavian. Clear to all of you? So that's about the venous drainage of the face. Venous drainage. Clear now? Now, tell me, Which part of the face is known as the dangerous area of the face? Dangerous area of the face, that's the lower part of the nose and the upper lip. This one. The lower part of the nose and the upper lip. This area of the face is known as the dangerous area of face. And why is this area known as dangerous area? Because infection from this area directly goes to a sinus inside the skull. And what is that sinus known as? Cavernous sinus. So infection from this dangerous area directly goes to the cavernous sinus. Now this is very important. How does the infection go to the cavernous sinus? Understand this. From the dangerous area, the infection first goes to this vein. What is this now? Facial vein. From the facial vein, it goes in a reverse direction. What is this vein? Angular vein. And from the angular vein, this vein which goes to the cavernous sinus, what do you call this vein as? The superior ophthalmic vein. Superior ophthalmic vein. So superior ophthalmic vein is bringing the blood towards the cavernous sinus. And such veins which brings the blood towards the cavernous sinus are said to be tributaries of cavernous sinus. Tributaries. So one tributary of cavernous sinus is going to be the superior ophthalmic vein. Remember this, cavernous sinus we'll be discussing later. Just remember, one tributary of cavernous sinus is going to be the superior ophthalmic vein. Am I clear? How does the infection go? Is clear to all of you? Just have a look here once again. So from the dangerous area, infection first goes to this vein. What is this vein? Facial vein. From the facial vein, we go in a reverse direction. That's the angular vein. And from the angular vein, there's a vein which directly goes to the cavernous sinus. That's the superior ophthalmic vein. That's it. Now, there's one more way of spread of infection, right? Tell me now, what is this fossa here? That's the temporal fossa. What is this for the mandible? This, body. And what's this for the mandible? Ramus. That's the body, that's the ramus. We remove the ramus, and we go deep to the ramus. Okay? Look, what is this fossa known as? Temporal fossa. We remove the ramus and we go deep to the ramus of the mandible, and this is what we call as the infratemporal fossa. Infratemporal fossa. So that's the temporal fossa. We cut the ramus, and that's the infratemporal fossa. In this infratemporal fossa, there are two muscles of mastication. You can answer this. Two muscles of mastication by the name of pterygoids. Anyway, there are only four muscles of mastication. One is this. What is this? Temporalis. One is here outside. What's that? Masseter. And there are two muscles inside the infratemporal fossa. What are they? The pterygoids. The medial pterygoid and the lateral pterygoid. But you know what? We are not able to see these pterygoids. Why? Because these pterygoids are surrounded by a plexus of veins. What we call this as the pterygoid venous plexus. Pterygoid venous plexus. Just have a look at this slide. Look. Tell me now, what is this for the mandible? Look at this. What is this for the mandible? Body. And what was this for the mandible here? Ramus. That was the ramus. Fine. What is this fossa? That's the temporal fossa. Temporal. Now we cut the ramus. And we remove this ramus of the mandible. We go deep to the ramus of the mandible. And what is this area now? Infratemporal fossa. You following this? In this infratemporal fossa, there are two muscles of mastication by the name of pterygoids. But you know, we are not able to see these pterygoids because these pterygoids are surrounded by a plexus of veins. And this is what we call as the pterygoid venous plexus. Pterygoid venous plexus. And you know, when these pterygoids contract, all the veins are drained out of the blood. You know, this is similar to a muscle in the lower limb. A muscle which has got large number of venous sinuses. What's that? Soleus. And when this soleus contracts, all the veins are drained out of the blood. Soleus is therefore known as peripheral heart. Soleus is known as peripheral heart. This we know. The second peripheral heart in the body are the pterygoids. Pterygoids are also known as peripheral heart. Why? Because these pterygoids are surrounded by a plexus of veins. And when these pterygoids contract, all the veins are drained out of the blood. So pterygoids are also known as peripheral heart. You following this? And if you can just tell me, when do the pterygoids contract? When do the pterygoids contract? When do they contract? One is mastication. Fine. And the second one, the second, when do they contract? Like this you must be doing in the class when you're very exhausted. Yawning. And when you yawn, when a person yawns with a very widely open mouth, the wider you open your mouth, the more the pterygoids contract. All the veins are drained out of the blood. you feel very nice. So the wider you open your mouth, the more the pterygoids contract, all the veins are drained out of the blood. Fine. But the thing is, the wider you open your mouth, the more the chances of dislocation of TM joint are there. The more the chances of dislocation of TM joint. So just remember, the person is yawning and he gets a TM dislocation. Now how do you reduce this dislocation? You push the joint upwards and push it backwards. Upwards and backwards. That's how you reduce a TM dislocation. Okay. So that also I've told you. So now see here, this is the pterygoid venous plexus. Here, that's the pterygoid venous plexus. Right. So how does the infection go to the cavernous sinus? One, from the dangerous area, infection first comes to this vein again. What's that? Facial vein. From the facial vein, there's a vein here. What's that? Deep facial vein. Deep facial vein to pterygoid venous plexus. And from the pterygoid venous plexus, there's a vein which goes to the cavernous sinus. What do we call this vein as? These are the veins which connects the veins outside the skull with the veins inside the skull, and these are the emissary veins. Emissary veins. Okay, so these are the emissary veins. So look here once again, dangerous area of the face. Okay, I'll write this down first. Starting with dangerous area of face, a very important MCQ. Dangerous area of the face. Write in the form of a flowchart. Facial vein. The blood first goes to the facial vein. From the facial vein, there are two pathways. Angular vein, superior ophthalmic vein, superior ophthalmic vein, and cavernous sinus. From the facial vein, we go on that side. What is this now? Deep facial vein, pterygoid venous plexus, pterygoid venous plexus, deep facial vein, pterygoid venous plexus, emissary vein, and cavernous sinus. Okay, clear to all of you? Yes. Just write this down. Don't draw that dangerous area of face slide. You just have to know this. How does the infection go from the dangerous area to the cavernous sinus? Okay. So this should be perfect. Okay, dangerous area, infection first goes to the facial vein. From the facial vein, there are two ways: angular vein, superior ophthalmic vein, cavernous sinus. Second, facial vein, deep facial vein, pterygoid venous plexus, emissary vein, and cavernous sinus. Okay, clear to all of you? Yes, clear. So that's about dangerous area. So we're discussing the face. I've told you the motor supply of the face. I've told you the venous drainage of the face. Next we start with the sensory nerve supply of the face. Sensory nerve supply of the face. Sensory nerve supply of the face. Okay, now tell me, who supplies the skin sensory supply of the face? The entire face is supplied by which nerve? The entire face is supplied by trigeminal nerve. Trigeminal nerve through its three divisions: ophthalmic, maxillary, and mandibular. So the entire face is supplied by trigeminal nerve through its three divisions, except a small area of the skin over the angle of mandible, and this is supplied by greater auricular nerve. And this greater auricular nerve is a branch of a plexus which is formed in the neck, named cervical plexus. Cervical plexus. Okay, understand this now. Sensory nerve supply of the face. Okay, understand this? Sensory nerve supply of the face. Have a look first. Do not draw anything. Okay, I'll start. Now tell me, who supplies this much part of the face? This much part. This much part is supplied by ophthalmic division. Who supplies this part of the face? The maxillary division. And who supplies this part of the face? The mandibular division of the trigeminal nerve. That means the entire face is supplied by trigeminal nerve except this part. What is this? This part is supplied by the greater auricular nerve, and this greater auricular nerve is a branch of cervical plexus. Okay, now we'll come to this. You just write this down. Don't draw anything. I'll give you time to draw this. Write down. The entire face is supplied by the face is supplied by trigeminal nerve through its three divisions except skin over the angle of mandible, which is supplied by greater auricular nerve which is a branch of cervical plexus. Okay. So just finish this. The entire face is supplied by trigeminal nerve through its three divisions except the skin over the angle of mandible, which is supplied by greater auricular nerve, which is a branch of cervical plexus. Clear to all of you? Okay. Now understand this sensory nerve supply. This is extremely important. Just wait, don't draw anything. Let me finish this first, then I will give you time to draw. Now tell me, this much part of the face is supplied by ophthalmic, this by the maxillary and this by the mandibular. Doesn't mean that ophthalmic, maxillary and mandibular division themselves they come and supply. No, there are branches of this who are going to supply the face. Okay, starting here with the ophthalmic division of the mandibular nerve. If you can answer this, yep, I start. Same name. This is supraorbital and this is supratrochlear. This is right below this. So what do you call this as? Infratrochlear. This is infratrochlear. Nerve supplying the tip of the nose. Is external nasal. And you know there's a gland here. What is this gland here? Lacrimal. And the nerve which supplies the skin here is lacrimal nerve. So what are the branches of ophthalmic division? This is the supraorbital, this is the supratrochlear, this is infratrochlear, external nasal and lacrimal. Okay, I'll label this later for you. Now come down. What is this area supplied by maxillary division? So what are the branches of maxillary division? Look, that's the orbit. And there's a nerve just below there's a foramen just below the orbit. What's this foramen known as? Infraorbital foramen. And there's a nerve which comes out from here. What's this nerve known as? Infraorbital nerve. So that's the infraorbital nerve. There's a nerve which supplies the skin over the zygomatic area and the face. Easy. Zygomaticofacial. And there's a nerve which supplies the skin over the zygomatic and the temporal regions. What's that? Zygomaticotemporal. So what are the branches of maxillary nerve? Infraorbital, zygomaticofacial, zygomaticotemporal. Now come to the mandibular division. Right, there's a foramen right here named mental foramen, and the nerve coming out from there is therefore known as the mental nerve. There's a nerve which supplies the skin over the auricle and the temporal region. What's this? Auriculotemporal nerve. And there's a nerve which supplies the skin here, skin over the buccinator. What's that? Buccal nerve, buccal. Okay, that's it. You just draw this. I'll put the labels here. infratrochlear, infratrochlear, fourth is external nasal, and fifth is lacrimal. Okay. Sixth is infraorbital. 7 zygomatico. Zygomatico-facial. 8 is zygomatico-temporal. Zygomatico-temporal. Okay. 9, 10, 11. 9 is male. 10 is buccal. 11 auricular. Auricular temporal nerve, and this is the greater retard. Clear to all of you? So that's about the sensory nerve supply of the face. Clear to all of you? Sensory nerve supply of the face. This is very important. This you have to know. I'll show you the slide. It will be clear. No, these landmarks are not. There's always an overlapping. Landmarks are not defined. There's always an overlapping there. If you're done, you tell me. Four is external nasal. 4 is external nasal. Nerve supply of the tip of the nose. That's external nasal nerve. External nasal. Okay, done. So that's about sensory nerve supply of the face. Okay, that's it. Now see here. See the slide and answers. See the slide. I'll start. Have a look. Chalo, start. What is this nerve? Here, this is the supraorbital. Here, I'll start. That's the supraorbital. What is this? Supratrochlear. That's the infratrochlear. That's the external nasal, and this is the lacrimal. This is the infraorbital, zygomatico-facial, zygomatico-temporal. This is mental, this is buccal, and this is auriculotemporal. Okay, and what is this plexus here? This is the cervical plexus. And what is this branch of cervical plexus? This is the greater auricular nerve. What is cervical plexus and all? We'll be studying it tomorrow. Okay. Greater auricular nerve. Clear to all of you? So that's about the sensory nerve supply of the face. Artery in the parotid gland is external carotid. External carotid. Okay. These are the branches of which nerves? Cervical plexus there. Cervical plexus. Parotid gland contents would be, the most superficial is the facial nerve, then is the retromandibular vein, and the deepest is external carotid artery. External carotid. You're clear with now face? So that's about the face. Starting with the next topic. Here. Starting with triangles of the neck. Okay, this topic I'll finish, triangles of the neck, then we'll stop. Wait, no. Triangles of the neck. Okay, have a look. I'll finish this topic, then we'll stop. Understand this, and this is another very important topic, triangles of the neck. Have a look. I start here. Now we draw a small face. Why? Because we need the neck now. We need the neck. So we draw a small face. Okay, I start. Tell me, what is this process here? What is this process here? This is the mastoid. Identify this muscle now. That's the sternocleidomastoid. Sternocleidomastoid. What is this muscle going behind? That's the trapezius. That's the trapezius. That's the body of the mandible. That's the ramus of the mandible. Okay, body ramus. This is what we call as the midline of the neck. Midline. Here. Midline of the neck. Here. And this is the clavicle. Okay, that's the clavicle. Clear? We draw a line from the angle. We draw a line from the angle to the mastoid process. This becomes the side of the neck. Side of the neck. Okay. So what are the boundaries of the neck? Here? Who's in front? Who's in front? That's the midline of the neck. Who's behind? Trapezius. Below is the clavicle, and above is the body of the mandible, and a line drawn from the angle to the mastoid process. This neck is divided into two triangles by sternocleidomastoid. This is the anterior triangle, and this is the posterior triangle. Okay, anterior and posterior triangle. Now tell me, what is this bone here? This is the hyoid bone, hyoid. And there's a muscle here like this. What is this muscle known as? This is the omohyoid. Omohyoid. We call this as the superior belly. This is the superior belly of omohyoid. Superior belly of omohyoid. Don't draw anything, no? Just listen here. And what is this now? This is the inferior belly of omohyoid. This is the inferior belly of omohyoid. And this inferior belly of omohyoid divides the posterior triangle into further two triangles. What do you call this as? This is the occipital triangle. Occipital triangle. And this is above the clavicle. So this is what we call as the supraclavicular triangle. Okay. So who's this which divides the posterior triangle into two parts? This is the inferior belly of omohyoid. Inferior belly. Clear? Look here. This is the superior belly of omohyoid, and that's the inferior belly of omohyoid. This is superior, this is inferior. The inferior belly of omohyoid divides the posterior triangle into one occipital triangle and supraclavicular triangle. Now there's one more muscle who has got two bellies here. If you can answer this, what is this muscle which has got two bellies here? This is the digastric. What is this belly? Posterior belly, and that's the anterior belly of digastric. Okay, that's the posterior belly. Posterior belly of digastric, and that's a, don't draw this. I just that's the posterior belly of digastric, and that's the anterior. Okay, look. In the anterior triangle, now you get many triangles. Like this is one triangle, that's a second triangle, that's a third triangle, and this is a small fourth triangle. So these are the triangles. Okay, to start with this, I'll tell you. Arterial supply is facial artery, nothing specific there. Arterial supply of face is facial artery, branch of external carotid, nothing specific there. Finish this. Facial artery is a branch of external carotid. Okay. If you're done, you tell me. Done? I'll repeat that. Just wait. You just draw this, I'll repeat that. Okay, I'll start. Yes, have a look here now. Look here. Okay, I'll start. So, you've understood the side of the neck. This muscle is the sternocleidomastoid. This is the sternocleidomastoid, and this sternocleidomastoid divides the neck into two triangles. This is the anterior triangle, and this is the posterior triangle. The posterior triangle is further divided into two triangles by, what is this muscle here? This is the inferior belly of omohyoid. That's the inferior belly of omohyoid divides the posterior triangle into two parts. One is the occipital triangle and the second one is the supraclavicular triangle. Occipital and supraclavicular triangle. Okay. Now see, this anterior triangle are further divided into many sub triangles. Okay, I'll start. You can answer this. What is this triangle? Look, what is this triangle here? This triangle which I have shaded here. Okay. Now this triangle, what are the boundaries of this triangle here? This is the midline of the neck. That's the superior belly of omohyoid, and that's the sternocleidomastoid. In this triangle, we get only muscles, muscles, and muscles. And these muscles look like a belt. These are therefore known as what? Strap muscles. In this triangle, we get only muscles, and this triangle is therefore known as the muscular triangle. Muscular. Okay, so just label this triangle as muscular triangle. Muscular. Okay, so that's the muscular triangle. Now, understand this triangle. What is this triangle? Look at that. What are the boundaries of this triangle? Right. Tell me now, who's this? This is the posterior belly of digastric. That's the sternocleidomastoid, and that's the superior belly of omohyoid. The posterior belly of digastric, the sternocleidomastoid, and the superior belly of omohyoid. Now, in this triangle, the common carotid artery comes here and divides into two terminal branches, external and internal carotid. The external carotid gives branches to supply the head and neck. So this triangle is therefore known as the carotid triangle. Okay, that's the carotid triangle. Just wait, don't draw this. Carotid. Clear to all of you? Now see this third triangle. Okay, third triangle. I'll just put a different color for you. Tell me now, what is this triangle? Here, see this triangle. What are the boundaries of this triangle? What is this? This is the posterior belly of digastric. That's the anterior belly of digastric, and that's the body of the mandible. Body. This is what we call as the digastric triangle. Digastric triangle. Okay, I'll show you the slide. It will be clear to you. That's a digastric triangle. It's not very clearly seen here. So this is the digastric triangle, and the last we have a small triangle here, a small triangle, and this is what we call as the submental triangle. Submental. Submental triangle. I'll show you this. I'll show the slide. It will be clear to you. Don't worry. So you just understand the subdivisions of anterior triangle. That's muscular, carotid, digastric, and submental. This is below the chin. It is known as submental triangle. Okay, just have a look at this. Look at this slide. This is of the opposite side, but still you should be able to identify the slide. Okay, I'll start here. Okay, I'll start. Just have a look. Don't read all these things. Don't read all these things. Just see what I'm telling you. Okay, don't read anything. Okay, I'll start. Tell me, what is this muscle? This is the sternocleidomastoid. Okay, yep. That's the sternocleidomastoid. What's this now? That's the midline of the neck. Midline. What's this? Trapezius. This is the midline of the neck. This is trapezius. That's the clavicle. Clavicle. Okay. And that's the body of the mandible, and that's the imaginary line here. So this becomes the neck. This becomes the neck. Now this neck is divided into two triangles. What is this triangle? Posterior triangle. And what is this triangle? Anterior triangle. Posterior and anterior. Fine. Now what is this muscle? Just have a look. What is this muscle? This is the omohyoid. Omohyoid. This is the superior belly, and that's the inferior belly of omohyoid. The inferior belly of omohyoid divides the posterior triangle into further two parts. One, this is the occipital triangle, occipital, and this small triangle is supraclavicular. Supraclavicular triangle. Okay, so that's the occipital triangle and that's the supraclavicular triangle. Fine. Now see the parts of anterior triangle. Anterior. What is this triangle here? This triangle. This, you see all these muscles here. So this triangle is therefore known as what? Muscular triangle. Muscular triangle. What is this triangle here? Look at this. You know the boundaries now. This is what we call as the carotid triangle. Carotid. Okay. This is the digastric. Digastric triangle. And what is this triangle here? This is known as the submental triangle. Submental triangle. Clear to all of you? Clear with all the triangles? Okay. This is clear to all of you? The triangles are clear? Very good. Chalo, now I'll just tell you this. Look, look, look. Look, this is so nice. This posterior triangle I'll tell you tomorrow, because there's a very, very, very extremely important topics. The posterior triangle and all that I'll tell you tomorrow. Now you tell me, what's this? What's this? Chalo, bolo now fast. What's this? What is this that I've pointed? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Posterior triangle of the neck. Don't forget. We are in the posterior triangle of the neck. What have I pointed? What have I pointed? What have I pointed? Bolo, 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 bolo. We are in the posterior triangle of the neck. What have I pointed here? The triangles I'll tell you later. Chalo, you answer this. Brachial plexus. Yes, that's nice. That's very nice. That's the brachial plexus. Okay. Where are we? Where are we? Posterior triangle of the neck. Remembering brachial plexus. Brachial plexus. Which part of the brachial plexus is that? Just try to correlate this. Your day is done for today. Which part of the brachial plexus? Posterior triangle of the neck. I've told you this yesterday. Which part of the brachial plexus lies in the posterior triangle of the neck? Just name that. Just one word I want. Which part of the brachial plexus lies in the posterior triangle of the neck? Just one word I want. Yes, if you can answer this. Which part of the brachial plexus? Look. That's a clavicle. That's a clavicle. Answer. I want one word. That's a supraclavicular part. Supraclavicular part of the brachial plexus. You remember the supraclavicular part of the brachial plexus lies where? In the posterior triangle of the neck. Oh, that's nice. And if that's the brachial plexus, who should be there with it? If that's the brachial plexus, who should be there with it? Who should be there with it? Along with the brachial plexus. I'm waiting for that answer. I'm looking for the answer. If that's a brachial plexus, who else should be here? Posterior triangle, posterior triangle. Subclavian artery, subclavian artery. You know this? The subclavian artery and the brachial plexus, they lie in the posterior triangle of the neck. You remember this? Yes. And if this is the brachial plexus and along with it would be the subclavian artery, you can tell me what is this muscle? What is this muscle? I pointed this out for you. What is this muscle? Subclavian, neck and neck, subclavian, not axillary. Neck is subclavian artery. So not axillary, that is neck, so it would be subclavian artery. The moment it crosses, then it would be axillary artery. If that's the subclavian artery and that's the brachial plexus, what is this muscle that I have pointed? What's this muscle that I have pointed? That's the scalenus anterior. Scalenus anterior. Yeah, this is sternocleidomastoid. It's behind the sternocleidomastoid. That's the scalenus anterior. And you remember, I told you one nerve lying on the scalenus anterior. If you can just identify that nerve lying on the scalenus anterior. If you remember, I told you this nerve lying on the scalenus anterior. Phrenic nerve, phrenic nerve, phrenic. Nerve lying on the scalenus anterior is phrenic nerve, and that's how you identify the muscle as scalenus anterior, because the phrenic nerve is lying on the scalenus anterior. Okay, that's so nice. And if this is scalenus anterior, what is this muscle going to be? Scalenus medius. And then what is this muscle going to be? Scalenus posterior. Look, this is so nice. That's the scalenus anterior, scalenus medius and scalenus posterior. And the brachial plexus and the subclavian artery lies between which two muscles? The scalenus anterior and the scalenus medius. And this is what is known as the neurovascular plane of the neck. Following this, understanding, enjoying. That's the neurovascular plane of the neck which lies between the scalenus anterior and the scalenus medius. And the next muscle is scalenus posterior. And you remember this three scaleni we had compared with the three intercostal muscles. What is that? The three intercostal muscles and the three muscles of the anterior abdominal wall. And I told you which muscle corresponds to which. You're getting an idea now? Yes. Okay. So one is scalenus anterior, one is scalenus medius, the third one is scalenus posterior, and there's one more scaleni. Yes, and that's the scalenus minimus, which is known as the suprapleural membrane or the substance fascia or the cervicothoracic diaphragm. Okay, if you've understood this, your day is done. Understand? Okay, that's the posterior triangle of the neck. That's good. Fine. It's very nice. It's very interesting. And head and neck is the best to understand, and the brain. And now that you know the upper limb, now that you know the thorax, the head and neck, thorax and upper limb, these are all related, because everything from the neck will go down into the upper limb, right? And from the thorax into the upper limb. So then you'll be able to correlate it that well. Clear? Okay, very good. So we've come to the posterior triangle of the neck. I'll finish this posterior triangle, you tell me, then we'll stop. Posterior triangle I'll finish and we'll stop. Now you know many of the things, so I'll just finish the posterior triangle of the neck. Then we'll stop. Then anterior triangle I'll tell you tomorrow. Anterior triangle and then important things that I'll tell you tomorrow. Okay, starting with the posterior triangle of the neck. This is so important. Look. And now that you know many of the things, it will be easy to correlate. So this I'll finish now only. Okay, that's good. Chalo, we'll start. Okay. It's 1 minute. Chalo, very good. We'll start with the posterior triangle. So, what is the floor of the posterior triangle formed by? Floor of the posterior triangle is 1 minute. Floor of the posterior triangle from above downwards is formed by. Okay, we'll start here. I'll just clear this one. Okay, very nice, very good. You're understanding it very well. So, okay, I'm happy. That's very nice. Okay. starting with the floor of posterior triangle. Okay, topic है posterior triangle, starting with the floor of the posterior triangle. Okay, start. The floor of the posterior triangle from above downwards is formed by, we'll start here. The first muscle here is semispinalis capitis. Muscles, these two muscles are new for us. Starting from the spine to the capit, this is the semispinalis capitis. The second muscle here in sequence, this is the splenius capitis. Splenius capitis. The third muscle, this we have heard of, this is the levator scapulae. Levator scapulae. Then comes our muscle, you know who's this? Scalenus posterior. Then comes scalenus medius. Scalenus posterior, scalenus medius. Okay, first we used to include the scalenus anterior also in the floor of the posterior triangle. But now it is said that the scalenus anterior lies behind the sternocleidomastoid, right? Scalenus anterior lies behind the sternocleidomastoid. So we do not now include the scalenus anterior in the floor of posterior triangle. So if you get an MCQ stating floor of posterior triangle is formed by all except, your answer would be scalenus anterior. Okay, so floor of the posterior triangle is formed by all except scalenus anterior. Just draw the slide. Okay, this is semispinalis capitis. This is splenius capitis. This is levator scapulae. This is scalenus posterior. Scalenus medius. Scalenus posterior and scalenus medius. I'll just finish this posterior triangle, then we'll stop. Okay, I'll just finish this posterior triangle. So the floor of the posterior triangle is formed by, the first muscle is semispinalis capitis, the second muscle is the splenius capitis, the third is the levator scapulae, scalenus posterior and scalenus medius. Scalenus anterior does not lie in the floor of posterior triangle. Okay, I've written it there, no? Semispinalis capitis, semispinalis capitis, no confusion, semispinalis capitis, splenius capitis, levator scapulae, scalenus posterior and scalenus medius. And all these muscles lie around the vertebral column, and all these muscles are therefore known as the prevertebral muscles. And all these muscles would be covered by a fascia. What is this fascia? Prevertebral fascia. Okay, these muscles are the prevertebral muscles, and all these prevertebral muscles would be covered by a fascia. What is that fascia known as? The prevertebral fascia. Okay, so the prevertebral fascia would lie in the floor of the posterior triangle. Easier. These muscles are in the floor and these muscles are covered by prevertebral fascia. So automatically, where will the prevertebral fascia come to lie? In the floor of the posterior triangle. It would lie in the floor of posterior triangle. Okay. Clear to all of you? Okay, just add one sentence here. The floor is covered by prevertebral fascia. Floor is covered by the prevertebral fascia. Just one more point. Scalenus anterior does not lie in floor of posterior triangle. Okay, so floor is covered by prevertebral fascia. Scalenus anterior does not lie in the floor of posterior triangle. You'll understand. Just wait one moment. Let me draw the slide. So I'll finish the posterior triangle for you. Look, I'll make a slide. Just get a complete orientation of the thorax, the neck, and the upper limb. I'll make a slide for you. Look, this is so nice. Just try to understand this. These are the cervical vertebrae. And that's the first rib. We had drawn this, if you remember. That's the first strip. What is this on the first strip? Scalene tubercle. This is the manubrium sternum. That's the body of the sternum. This is the clavicle in front. That's the scapula behind. This is the humerus here. Okay, I'll start. Just understand this. What is this area? Remembering this area? Axilla. What is this area? Apex of the axilla. Look, this is so nice. Just try to correlate. If you understand this now, your day is done. Today, whatever you studied, your day is done for this, for today. Okay, I'll start. Just have a look. Tell me, what is this muscle which begins from the cervical vertebrae, gets inserted on the first strip on this tubercle here? What is scalene tubercle? What is this muscle? Scalenus anterior. A muscle which begins from the cervical vertebrae comes and gets inserted on the first strip on a posterior aspect. We know this. That's the scalenus medius. Then I told you there's a muscle which is attached to the outer border of the first strip. You remember we had drawn the first strip, remember? So what is this muscle which is attached to the outer border of the first strip? That's the serratus anterior. And what is the muscle attached to the inner border of the first strip? What was the structure attached to the inner border of the first strip? The Simpson's fascia. Fine. Then I told you at that time, the scalenus posterior is not attached to the first rib, it is attached to the second rib. Okay, I'm not drawing the second rib. Now we go up in a sequence. We're going up in a sequence. Tell me, what is this next muscle in a sequence? This next muscle in a sequence would be what? Levator scapulae. Levator scapulae. The same slide I'm drawing. Levator scapulae. Now, what is this muscle? Go up, go up. This is the splenius capitis. And what is this muscle then? Semispinalis capitis. Semispinalis. Okay. Now you tell me, what is this here? What is this? This is the trapezius, right? That's the trapezius here. And this is going to be the sternocleidomastoid. That's the sternocleidomastoid. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Oh, sorry. We are in the posterior triangle, and these are the muscles which are going to form the floor of the posterior triangle. Okay, we are in the posterior triangle, and all these muscles are going to form the floor of the posterior triangle, and all these muscles would be covered by what? A fascia. I told you what is that fascia known as? The prevertebral fascia. Okay, prevertebral fascia. And look, this is so nice. Just try to appreciate this. Who's this? Arch of aorta. And what's this? Subclavian artery. The subclavian artery crosses the outer border of the first rib. It is now known as axillary artery, and this axillary artery would now enter the apex and now come into the axilla. This you know. And just one moment. So I have to make that clear for you. And something else comes here. This is C5. Okay. This is C5, C6, C7, C8 and T1, and what's that? That's the brachial plexus. That's the brachial plexus. Okay, so what is the brachial plexus and the subclavian artery form for the posterior triangle? Contents. They're going to form the contents of the posterior triangle. And which part of the brachial plexus is this? The supraclavicular part of the brachial plexus. You're following? The supraclavicular part of the brachial plexus and the subclavian artery would now enter subclavian, which then becomes the axillary, would then enter the apex and come into the axilla. And look, this is so nice. You tell me now, what is the floor of the posterior triangle covered by? The floor of the posterior triangle is covered by the prevertebral fascia. Okay, just imagine that's the prevertebral fascia, and the brachial plexus and the subclavian artery has to come out. So it has to pierce the prevertebral fascia, and as it pierces the prevertebral fascia, and as it comes out, the same prevertebral fascia is going to enclose it, and the same prevertebral fascia is now carried in the axilla. In the axilla, the axillary artery and the brachial plexus are enclosed in a sheath. Remembering what is that sheath known as? Axillary sheath. That means this axillary sheath is an extension of the prevertebral fascia. Clear? Axillary sheath goes down, and that the prevertebral fascia goes down and continues as axillary sheath. You're following this? Yes. And what is the axillary sheath? Enclose. I've told you this. It encloses the brachial plexus and the axillary artery. The vein is outside the sheath. Understood, no? And if I draw a muscle here, what's this? That's a coracoid process. And what is this muscle here? This is the pectoralis minor. That's the medial lip. That's the lateral lip. And what's this? This is the teres major. This, you know, teres major. And what is this artery then? This would be the brachial artery. Yeah, that's the brachial artery. Clear? Which is this part? That's the first part. That's the second part. That's the third part of axillary artery. That's the first part, that's the second part, and that's the third part of the subclavian artery. Okay, very good. This is all you know. Clear? So I just want you to know that the axillary sheath is a continuation of what? Prevertebral fascia. Clear to all of you? You need not draw this slide. Just for your understanding I've drawn. Okay. Starting with contents of the posterior triangle. Contents. Just a small thing is left. Contents of the posterior triangle. Contents of the posterior triangle. One is the supraclavicular part of the brachial plexus. Three green things, no? Hey, 1, 2, 3 is the three parts, no? Three parts. Okay, contents of the posterior triangle. One is the supraclavicular part of the brachial plexus. Supraclavicular part of the brachial plexus. Second is the subclavian artery. Supraclavicular part of the brachial plexus. Second is the subclavian artery. Is this clear to all of you? Okay. So third is a nerve. This much is done. You tell me. This much is done. Okay, you people are understanding now. I'm very happy. Okay, very nice. So content of the posterior triangle. One is the supraclavicular part of the brachial plexus. Second is the subclavian artery. Third is the nerve. And look at this. This is the most important. This is the most important thing in the posterior triangle. Okay, this is a very important content. This is a nerve, and this nerve lies on this muscle, levator scapulae. Just try to understand this and correlate. It's very nice. So that's the nerve which lies on the levator scapulae, and this is the spinal accessory nerve. And this spinal accessory nerve is a content of posterior triangle. Spinal accessory nerve. So third content would be the spinal accessory nerve. Spinal accessory. And this spinal accessory nerve lies on levator scapulae. Nerve lies on the levator scapulae. Phrenic nerve is not a content. No. Scalenus anterior is not a content. No. If scalenus anterior is not a content, how would phrenic nerve be a content? You understanding this? Phrenic nerve will not be a content. Okay, understand this now. Just wait. Don't write anything. Don't write anything. Just wait. Now, this spinal accessory nerve, this is the most important content of the posterior triangle. Okay, this is extremely important. Let me finish this. Why is this nerve so important? Look, just listen to my statement. The spinal accessory nerve first supplies the sternocleidomastoid. It first supplies the sternocleidomastoid. It now comes in the posterior triangle of the neck. It lies on levator scapulae and it goes to supply the trapezius. That's the spinal accessory nerve. And why is this nerve so important, so very important for us? Because in this posterior triangle of the neck, we get large number of lymph nodes, and these lymph nodes becomes matted in tuberculosis. This lymph nodes becomes matted in tuberculosis. Now this accessory nerve, being very superficial, gets entangled into this lymph nodes, gets caught into this lymph nodes. Now we are doing a cervical biopsy. We are doing a lymph node biopsy, and we are excising a lymph node. And while excising the lymph node, the spinal accessory nerve is accidentally damaged. It accidentally gets damaged. This is a very important MCQ. Tell me, damage to the spinal accessory nerve in the posterior triangle of the neck leads to paralysis of. Answer this. Damage to the spinal accessory nerve in the posterior triangle of the neck leads to paralysis of trapezius and sternocleidomastoid. No, no, no. No, it is only trapezius. Why? Because the nerve has already supplied the sternocleidomastoid. The nerve comes in the posterior triangle of the neck and then goes to supply the trapezius. So if this nerve is cut in the posterior triangle, the muscle affected would be trapezius only. Am I clear? What is the immediate complaint of the person? The immediate complaint: trapezius is paralyzed, difficulty in shrugging of shoulders. Second, difficulty in overhead abduction. And third, winging of scapula at rest. Very good. Winging of scapula at rest and winging on attempting movement. Remember, serratus anterior. So this is winging at rest. That's spinal accessory nerve, and that's a very important MCQ. Any MCQ on the posterior triangle, the first thing which will come to your mind is spinal accessory nerve. Remember this? Okay, that's great. Very nice. So the third content is spinal accessory nerve. Okay, I'll tell you that MCQ later. And the last content is cervical plexus. Just the last thing, cervical plexus. Last content is cervical plexus, and because it's a plexus, branches would be there. Branches of the cervical plexus. I just finished this one. Lesser occipital nerve. Lesser occipital nerve. Second, greater auricular nerve. Greater auricular nerve. Transverse cervical cutaneous. And the fourth is supraclavicular. Supraclavicular. These are the branches of cervical plexus. Okay, just finish this. So, contents of posterior triangle. Just finish this contents of posterior triangle. One is the supraclavicular part of the brachial plexus. Second is the subclavian artery. Third is the spinal accessory nerve. And fourth is cervical plexus. What are the branches of cervical plexus? Lesser occipital, greater auricular, the transverse cervical cutaneous, and the supraclavicular. Occipital artery doesn't come here. Levator scapula is supplied by dorsal scapular. Yes, levator scapula is supplied by dorsal scapular nerve. The spinal accessory nerve does not supply that. It is just lying on levator scapula. Remember. Okay, it just lies on the levator scapula. Occipital artery doesn't come here. Occipital artery is not here. Occipital artery is in a different triangle. That is known as suboccipital triangle. This triangle is occipital triangle. You're clear to all of them? Okay, I just draw this and finish this. So this is the nerve. What is this nerve here? This is the lesser occipital nerve going up. This is the greater auricular nerve which supplies the skin here. This nerve goes transversely in the neck, therefore known as transverse in the neck. Neck is cervix, supplies the skin, cutaneous. This is the transverse cervical cutaneous, and this is the supraclavicular nerve. Supraclavicular. Okay. So one is lesser occipital, two is greater auricular, three is transverse cervical cutaneous, and fourth is the supraclavicular nerve. These are all branches of cervical plexus. These are the branches of cervical plexus. Okay. You see the slide, so that would complete it. Prevertebral fascia, I'll tell you later. Tomorrow I'll tell you. Spinal accessory nerve supplies trapezius and sternocleidomastoid, two muscles. Lymph nodes, yes, lymph nodes are also contents. Lymph nodes will be contents of posterior triangle, yes. Lymph nodes, contents of posterior triangle. Okay, so the nerve which goes and supplies the skin over the occiput, that's lesser occipital. The nerve which supplies the skin over the angle of mandible, greater auricular. The nerve which goes transversely in the neck, transverse cervical cutaneous. And the last one is spinal, and the last one is supraclavicular nerve, supraclavicular. Okay, just write this down. I'm finishing it in just 2 minutes. Damage to the spinal accessory nerve. Damage to the spinal accessory nerve in posterior triangle of the neck leads to paralysis of trapezius. Is this clear to all of you? Because sternocleidomastoid it already supplies and then it comes in the posterior triangle. So if we cut the nerve in the posterior triangle, the muscle which is affected is only trapezius. Difficulty in shrugging of shoulders. Difficulty in shrugging of shoulders. Difficulty in overhead abduction. And third, bringing of scapula and wrist. Okay, I'm stopping here. Bringing of scapula at rest. Just one slide you see. This is the MCQ. This is the MCQ question. Damage to the spinal accessory nerve in the posterior triangle of the neck leads to paralysis of trapezius. Sternocleidomastoid is saved. So what will the person complain of? Difficulty in shrugging of shoulders, difficulty in overhead abduction, and bringing of scapula at rest. Okay, just see the slide. So this will complete the posterior triangle of the neck. Okay, just see the slide. That completes posterior triangle. Okay, have a look. He's not drawn a nerve here. What is the nerve here? What was the nerve here which is not drawn? That was the spinal accessory nerve. What is this nerve which is going up? Lesser occipital. What is this nerve? Greater auricular. What is this? Transverse cervical cutaneous. And what's that? Supraclavicular. Okay, and this is the spinal accessory nerve. Spinal axis. So this becomes the contents of posterior triangle. Cervical plexus ka nerve roots, no? I'll tell you. Okay, clear? So what are the contents of posterior triangle is clear? Contents of posterior triangle. One is the supraclavicular part of the brachial plexus. Second is the subclavian artery. Third is the spinal accessory nerve. And the fourth is the cervical plexus. Cervical plexus. And the branches of cervical plexus, and you can also include the lymph nodes in that, lymph nodes. Okay, you can also include lymph nodes, cervical lymph nodes. Lesser occipital is C2, greater auricular nerve is C2, C3, transverse cervical is C2, C3, and this is C3, C4, C2, 3, 4. Axillary sheath I have given you. Axillary sheath I have given you. Axillary sheath I have given you in the axilla. Roof ka slide and I'll show you tomorrow. These are all cutaneous branches. They will supply the skin. These are all cutaneous branches. Okay, these are all cutaneous branches. They will supply the skin. Okay. Clear to all of you? Okay, then we'll meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I'll stop here. We'll meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay. Thanks a lot. And I hope you understood everything and try to correlate. Have a good sleep and come tomorrow, because tomorrow is very important. The autonomic nervous system and all. Okay, these are very important topics. Fine. Thank you. We'll stop here. Thank you. The slides will be uploaded. You can have